was I to know that I was worse off keeping you around? That's why I go away. Feeling how it ends is just the worst part. I was in the man, but there was still no way. How was I to know that I was worse off?
Welcome to this circular business model conference on Tuesday, on this Thursday, 15th of October. We have a very inspiring list of guests collected for you, and I really hope that you will enjoy it. It will be an inspiring day. We are your hosts. Next to me is Agnieszka Schnyk from Innovo. Actually, Agnieszka, I had to, and my name is Sanne Kaasjager from the Netherlands Embassy, I should not forget, but you will also say a few words on that. I had to look it up actually because you're sort of a spider in the web. You are a doctor of life sciences. You're an expert in sustainable production and consumption, but also healthcare. So you're really into a lot of topics. You're also president of Innovo, and Innovo is the engine behind this Circular Economy Week. We are very happy to have you as a partner. And Innovo is an institute of innovation and responsible development. You're a think tank, and you are sort of you have a lot of expertise and knowledge house on circular economy. You also participate in a government working group on circular economy, so closely participating and also cooperating with the government. And it is your birthday today. So we already sang a song for Agnieszka, so that makes it extra special.
So thank you very much for such wonderful presentation, Sanne. And thank you for being with me as the Dutch Embassy, as you for so many years, and support our circular economy initiatives. And also supporting Circular Week, because we are organizing that together with Dutch Embassy for the third time. And Sanne Kaasjager today will be our host as well, will be moderator of today's discussion. He has international background because from education he's an international lawyer with specialization of foreign affairs, working for many years for Ministry for Foreign Affairs in Holland, and spent some time abroad, for example, Sri Lanka. So I always love to hear his exciting story, you know, from such exotic country. Now he ended up in Poland, and we are very happy to have you here, Sanne. He's working as an economic counselor and Embassy of Netherlands in Poland. And I think this is the embassy which is one of the most dedicated to transformation into circular economy topic.
Thank you. Agnieszka, may I ask you, I mean, we know that COVID-19 has a huge impact on economy. The corona crisis almost prevented the Circular Economy Week from happening. How did it impact the week, and how did you experience this week so far?
It's for sure not easy, because we have to shift almost everything online. There is few really live events, but in very limited audience. So that's why we are here in our 3D virtual studio. So if something happens, apology, because we are still on the learning curve. And it's super stressful because it's out of our hands, actually, and we have to totally depend on technology. So it's not easy. Although, on the other hand, I think COVID also shows us how much the circular concept is important, how much globalization is dangerous sometimes when we really face a big global issue, big global pandemic, that this local connection, local enterprises then could be the solution, the answer for such threats. So we keep on keeping on, let's say. So far, so good. Happy to have you so many here, that you are joining us from everywhere, I think in Europe even, because this year Circular Week is pretty successful. It's growing, and I'm super happy about, because already almost 60 events is going around in 14 countries. So I really thank you to our partners abroad, for our counterpart organization, who really take an effort, want to make a change, and organize their own event and initiatives.
Right. And I understand that the Polish circular hotspot is inspired by the Dutch or the Netherlands circular hotspot. Why the Netherlands as a source of inspiration for you?
I think for the first time, actually, maybe I heard about circular economy from Holland, because you are just leadership, you are just a front runner of this concept. And actually, I had opportunity to be invited for the Holland Circular Week. I think it was 2-3 years ago. And then I met so many great enterprises, so many people who was really devoted to the topic. And I think, come on, we have to start something similar in Poland. We have to start like Polish Circular Hotspot.
Yeah.
And then we start to cooperate very closely. We even sign a letter of intent with Holland Circular Hotspot, with Nordic Circular Hotspot during the climate summit in Katowice. So this is not only Polish initiatives, because circular economy is about cooperation. We can't do it, only by ourselves. We need support. We need cooperation on different value chain level.
Right. Yeah, understand. Yeah.
So, but Sanne, tell me, why is it so important for you as Netherlands and as a Dutch embassy? Why you really so believe in circular economy?
Well, there are two reasons. As an embassy, we try to help Dutch businesses to develop their activities, their commercial activities here in Poland. But next to that, we also have sustainable enterprise as one of our top priorities, and circular economy is really one of them. My colleague Daria Izzardi is full-time working on that at the embassy.
I know something about it.
Yeah, you know something about it. That's why we are a strong partner in this week. Apart from that, of course, why are we as an embassy think that this is an important topic is because the Dutch government thinks it's a real high priority. We have, of course, the climate neutrality target 2050. We also have the target of being fully circular in 2050. It's closely connected to that binding target for the Netherlands. So trickling down, you really need to start implementing programs, action plans, intermediate targets. So in 2030, we hope to be recycling half of our waste and be fully, let's say, 50% waste neutral. So there's a lot of motivation and drive coming from The Hague and from also politics. The Netherlands is a small country, very open economy, and dependent on raw materials, on trade, etc. So we shouldn't deplete all the raw materials and resources that we have. It's in our own national interest to act on that.
Yeah, and you are very ambitious, as you mentioned, that you want to be 100% circular before 2050. And even I had a meeting in your ministry one day, and I said, come on, but is it possible to be 100% circular? And they said, but Agnieszka, we want to have a high-level ambitious goals. Then we can maybe not reach it totally, but we can be higher than if we don't have it. So it's very great, I think, approach.
Yeah.
To make it
well,
change.
to be frank, that is also exactly the discussion we have with the Polish partners, especially the Polish government. We have very constructive dialogue with them, but it's also a change of mindset. Is it the question that is it feasible that should come first, or should you ask the question, should we do this and is this our target, and then see how we can reach it? And this is, quite an important mindset to be having this high level, high target, ambitious target, and then try to work our way towards it. Yeah. That is, at least in the Netherlands, the way we look at circular economy.
I like it, and it's also kind of inspiration for me to, reach high, let's say. And tell me, because there is some other embassies involved in our Circular Week, they chose a little bit different topics, for example, food waste, for example, circular innovation, but you chose like circular business model. Why? Yeah. Why is that?
Well, the thing is, I've been in circular economy, or at least reading about it, working with it, and also with climate policy, by the way, and we have a tendency to talk, and to, about these rather vague concepts of circular economy and climate targets. And we really need to help each other on how to do it, so how to put it in practice. So we decided to focus on business models. How could you as a company try to actually work towards a more circular production or a more circular way of working? So we hope that this day will have also practical inspiration for people, and of course link people up with some people who are pioneering in the Netherlands, and they fall and they stand, and it's trial and error constantly. So that's why we picked this subject.
Great, because I think that we are tired about this, like, big philosophic discussion. We really not need a real example, and I'm sure that today you can find a lot and learn a lot from the companies who really try to implement the real sustainable circular solution, and they tell you a little bit more about the problem and opportunities as well, because there is a lot of opportunity.
Yeah.
So maybe I tell you a little bit about technicalities.
Yeah.
Because there is a Hopin platform where we are in at the moment. So there is different sections, because we would like to give you a little bit feelings like you attending in a real conference, in a real congress. So there is like the networking area. When you enter networking area, the platform connects you with the random person, and you can talk with them for 3 minutes. That it gives you like a feeling you meet someone over coffee corner. Then you have exhibition center. You can go there and check the different beautiful circular solution, and you can maybe meet with the person who are behind it. And also there is on the right hand, there is a poll section. And we want to ask you some questions during our conference. Then you can vote, and we will see what is your perspective on the circular economy. So even now you can go there. There is already first question prepared for you. So we are really curious, what is your opinion about? The question is, with what do you associate circular economy? Is it a waste management, or maybe a huge challenge, or maybe sustainable production and consumption, or maybe business opportunity, or maybe it's just the hollow phrase without much practical meaning? So you can go there and try to vote.
Well, and in the meantime, we might just answer ourselves. I mean, what, Agnieszka, for you is the answer to this question. What do you associate circular economy with?
I think I'm associate, first of all, with sustainable production and consumption, which lead to the business opportunity.
Right. So you choose for a combination C leading to D.
Yeah.
Right. But that's foul play, and that's a bit cheating. So if you have to choose, which one would you?
No, I think the first is sustainable production and consumption. This is what we started, our starting point for me.
Yeah. I think I started at A, waste management, because that is the, I don't know, the association that we have, or a lot of us have. But now I really see that's much more. It's really C for me as well, and also leading to D, hopefully.
Yeah, because for me, it's circular economy. It's about the resources management, not about the waste management.
Right, quite right. I learned that. Let's look also at the results that are coming in. Quite a few votes. And I think we're not the only ones that choose.
I think the majority of you choose the answer. So.
But it's also interesting, I guess, to see that E is also chosen. It's also chosen. So there are people who also think that is. Oh, sorry, this is a business opportunity.
But I'm happy that
luckily no one says it's a hollow phrase.
That's what I want to say. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
And also you can ask the question through chat. All your question will be read it, and we'll know about it, and we'll try to ask to our speakers during the day. So please feel free to join our discussion in that way.
Exactly. So that is a good test for the first question. So it works. That's good. So we have an interaction with our online audience.
So far, technicalities work.
Technical part is okay so far. So great. Shall we go to our speakers? Because definitely the audience is not here to listen to us, but but to listen to some of the speakers that we have invited. But before we do so, we do need to get them on the screen and connect to them. So please have 30 seconds of your time, and then we'll switch to our speakers. So we'll be right back with you. Thanks so much.
So hello, we're back again with our first panel discussion with two speakers. So now with us it's Michel Schurman from MVO Netherlands and Mrs. Kelly Ruigrok, GSES System. What they're doing, why they're here, we will find out in a second. So our first guest, it's Michel Schurman. It's a pity that you couldn't come, Michel, because we are really wanted to, it was so close, but unfortunately we have to change our plans and we can only connect online. So Michel representing MVO. Is it kind of umbrella company which support enterprises with their sustainable development, with providing services, products, under this concept. But I think better what exactly they're doing, tell Michel by himself. So hello Michel, welcome warmly, you here with us.
Yes, thank you, Agnieszka. Good to be here today. And yes, it's a pity that it should be online, but that's the reality of the moment. MVO Nederland is a business network. We are existing for about 17 years now. And for the last, let's say, 8 years, we've also been working with our member companies, there are about 2,000 in our network, that are working on circular economy and implementing circular business models. So what we do with an organization, we try to connect businesses across value chain, and we try to work with financing institutions, with government, to set the right preconditions so these business models can actually become a reality. So that's in short what we do.
Thank you very much. And as you said, MVO supports companies to become more sustainable. Do you see the interest between among enterprises and or only big corporates are willing to change? How you see from your perspective, how it is in Holland?
I think it started, at least from my standpoint, with a number of individuals, a number of people who are interested, who were interested in this circular economy business model. And some were entrepreneurs by themselves, startups already along the way. And some were individuals working within larger companies, both family-owned businesses on a national scale, but also multinationals. And I think throughout the years, the startup has become scale-ups, and the individuals within the bigger organizations have found traction within that organization. So it's no longer a few people working on it, but it's becoming more and more a part of the strategy of the organization. So for me, if you look at it from a more of a transitioning perspective, it started out with a niche, just a few people with ideas and practices, to something that's becoming now more and more mainstream, at least in the debates. I totally agree with the previous speaker that it's still a lot about talking and not much about doing, or not enough about doing, I should say. But a lot of people are engaged along value chains, along supply chains, or in regions, trying to figure out how can we make this work, because you cannot become a circular business on your own. It needs to be embedded in a value chain, or it needs to be embedded in a regional setting. And these practices are now becoming more and more a reality. So I'm very hopeful for the near future that we will see more and more tangible, real-life results in our society.
Thank you, Michel.
Can I also ask a question, Michel? I'm also not so familiar with your organization, and I went through some of your thinking and some of your presentations that I found online, and I think your case is basically twofold. One is let's say pay a true price, so including the environmental externalities in the price, and the other is the tax as a force for good. And I think it's quite interesting, almost political statement. But could you elaborate on that a little bit and maybe explain the audience what you mean by those two basic points?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So
Have we lost connection? I think so. Okay, so I heard that we lost him. So what I understood is this concept of a level playing field. In the Netherlands, of course, we also have that this discussion quite frequently. Like, why should we, as the Netherlands, pay an extra cost as a company or pay an extra price as a consumer? But it's really that sort of catch-22 that you want to get out of. And even for the Netherlands, the key message, and also as an embassy, is really like, yes, circular economy is profitable and it's a business opportunity. But it's slightly more complicated than that if you talk to companies, frankly speaking. I talked about the inclusion of environmental externalities, which raise the costs for circular economy or circular products. We also have, let's say, transactions and operational costs like the management of waste, the price of recycled materials, which is quite high. So it is a bit easy to say that circular economy is a business opportunity. So I want to just mention this and that it's really important to have a level playing field on a European level, I would say. And this is what I learned from the material that I studied from MVO, but also others. ING actually will also later on in the day will make this economic case a little more clear than I can at this moment. But I think that we have the connection again. Sorry? Okay. I understand that we first go to Kelly Ruigrok. I'm glad that it's me who's pronouncing that name because it's a very Dutch name, Ruigrok.
You can't imagine how glad I am.
Kaasjager is also my name, and it's quite difficult for Polish people to pronounce. Kelly, thank you very much for joining us, and it's really welcome to see you here. Yes, you're a founder of the National Sustainability Institute of the Netherlands and the Global Sustainable Enterprise System, the GSES, as you call it. Also a member of the Dutch Young 100. And if I may quote you, it's the beginning of the day, so some inspiration and some energy from that quote might also be shared with the audience. You say, everybody can do anything, just believe and ask the right questions in the right places. Well, that's a firm statement, so welcome.
Yeah.
Maybe, Kelly, I understand that you would like to show us a film first, and then we can enter into a Q&A if you want. Is that right? Or do you want to already say some words to our audience?
Well, I wanted to thank you for having me, and thank Daria. Thank you also for making it possible. And I'm happy to go. And after that, we'll go to the because that plays a lot.
Right. So let's go to the film then.
Hello, I'm back in. Can you still hear me?
Michel. Great. Yeah. Well, technical part is giving some trouble. But shall we go first to the film? Can I hear if you go to the film of Kelly, or shall we return to Michel? Michel, let's just. Michel, shall we go back to you then? So I try to, in a very amateuristic way, I try to explain your thinking, at least what I got from it. But please, could you on those 2 points, so a true price and the tax as a force for good, if that's something that you could explain, please.
Yeah, and I'll try to do it very concise. So, from the entrepreneurial perspective, and I use plastics as an example. If you want to use recycled plastic at the current status, it costs you more than virgin plastic. And that's because the oil prices are very low. If you try to internalize external costs, for instance CO2 emissions, then the business case for recycled plastic gets better. So one of the things you can do as an entrepreneur is try and see if you can incorporate some of the costs that are now not in the usual pricing models.
Clear.
The second part of the question, what can governments do? Well, let's use plastics as an example again. We can make a product out of it. It's a vacuum cleaner. Once that vacuum cleaner is broke, it's usually very expensive to have it fixed again. So the refurbishment, the repair of devices is becoming more and more expensive. And because of the prices of resources, it's quite often that you pay, for instance, 80 euros for a repair, but you pay 120 euros to buy a new one. And hence most people buy a new one. If we shift the tax from labor to resources, then labor becomes cheaper and resources become more expensive. So in case of the vacuum cleaner, to make a repair could cost about 50 euros, buying a new one, 150 euros. So without creating a problem for the state income, you can shift taxes between the two and hence make a circular economy more attractable.
That's concise and, at least for me, quite understandable. And then the level playing field, of course, should probably, by tax incentives or other incentives, you can do that nationally, of course, but it would be better to do that at a global level. Is that successful? No. Is that progressing or not?
And then level playing field, of course, should probably, by tax incentives.
All right, I understand that we still will again have a problem with the connection with Michel. So can we go back to Kelly and start her movie then? It will start in a couple of seconds.
Many people say that I'm just one person. One impassioned woman from a small country in Europe called the Netherlands. But I've learned that you're never too small to make a difference. And if people and countries can come together on a collection of sustainable goals and principles, then imagine what we can accomplish together if we really wanted to. It's as we all know what we should be doing, but haven't come to an agreement on how to get there. We've created sustainable goals, standards, laws and regulations, all with the intent to make a difference in the world, but without the capacity to align initiatives and partners with each other to get more done. For companies, governments and even people alike, there's a persistent lack of clarity. A challenge to keep up and make the best decisions for everyone involved. Companies need to know where to start and how to start, because there's no clear manual or overview that can guide them along their path to sustainability. They have no idea whether they're actually complying with sustainability laws, effectively managing complex supply chains, or exposing their businesses to risks. It's hard to choose what areas of sustainability to focus on to yield the greatest impact on the planet, their people and profits. And that's why we created a meta standard that unifies every sustainability standard in the world, validated through using independent certification partners that are working under accreditation. We are the first international standard to measure the sustainability performance of global actors. And we do this by providing clarity on compliance, keeping actors updated and managing unforeseen risks through a trusted sustainability platform, the GSES system. In short, GSES. The GSES system is the world's first holistic, verified and accredited approach to sustainability reporting. The SaaS platform facilitates better knowledge, transparency and communication on sustainability efforts of companies and governments worldwide. GSES can be used as a procurement tool, as asset and investment management tool, and certification tool. And also, every member has its own online and interactive scorecard that they use in tenders and to communicate their sustainability achievements with their stakeholders. It can also be used as procurement tool, of course. This is not just some frustrating cost center either. It can be a massively lucrative opportunity in the trillions annually, if done well. Accenture estimates the value of implementing a circular economy to be 4.5 trillion globally. And at Davos this year, the Business and Sustainable Development Commission launched its Better Business, Better World report, which identifies at least 12 trillion a year by 2030 of market opportunities linked to implementing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. My name is Kelly, and I'm the founder and CEO of the Global Sustainable Enterprise System. I spent my life working with companies around the world on sustainability reporting, which unfortunately means that I know their core challenges all too well. The excited GSES system and standard turns sustainability reporting and the sustainable management of supply chains, assets and investments from a costly and complex obligation into an opportunity. But don't take my word for it. We've secured over 21,000 ESG rating cards in over 77 countries. We've attracted dozens of global ambassadors and over 200 international resellers, all in just a year after launch of our software platform. We started the Global Sustainable Enterprise System because we believe in the power of data to support and enhance the global conversation on sustainability reporting and transparency. Together with our growing team, member clients and international support, we are convinced that this is the way forward. After all, isn't it about time that we came together to make a real difference? And that we really achieve the global goals in 2030 and really overcome our global challenges of today? We at GSES believe it is. Contact us and join our network of global change agents, pioneers and leaders.
Wow, that was an energetic film. So that's very good. And in fact, if I can give you my personal view on it, I think you are hitting the nail quite precisely on the head, because the focus, of course, as I said, it's my conviction, but not only my conviction, is that you should really focus on putting it circular economy into practice. And you actually highlight an aspect that is quite often neglected, and that is, in setting ambitions, and that is getting your data right, your design, and also applying monitoring and evaluation. And your film gives me the impression that you would agree with me, because you developed this system. Why is it neglected, and why do you think it's so important for sustainable development goals, but also for circular economy?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it is neglected because we have a lot of companies, organizations, and institutions that are not gaining by transparency. And we try to push them to transparency throughout their supply chain, throughout their investments. And that is what we do now in a lot of countries, and also in the public and the private sector. So the National Sustainability Institute was raised actually, or started, to use and develop tools to be more concrete and hands-on with sustainable entrepreneurship. And now actually expanded that, we do not only measure processes of organization, but also the products. So with Cirkelstad in the Netherlands, we built actually a database on building environment products, which you can measure on KPIs like biodiversity, circular footprint, and environmental footprint, and all that methodology are also based on existing standards that are already being used. And with our system, it's actually workable and payable also for micro and SME companies to get certified. So it's neglected most of the times, because if you comply with your ISO standards or certificates, then you must have your supply chain transparent too. Yeah. But your supply chain is also smaller companies. So how are you going to manage that? you cannot, and you cannot cover the risks. And that's why we talked with ISO and standardization organizations that acknowledged to us that there was a gap. And that's why we created this system that is for bigger and for smaller organizations.
Right. Yeah. So different levels, micro, macro. Is it also useful for governments, etc., or is it only? It is really focused at businesses?
No, it's also useful for governments. First of all, we also work with municipalities and provinces for their own organization, but also for the supply chains. Then we also have another project besides the GSES, and that's control centers per country, per SDG. And there we work a lot with governments, with companies, and with people. So there we connect all those actors within their roles to achieve actually Sustainable Development Goal 12 for the resource transition and economy, SDG 7 for the energy transition. Actually, this mission control center with the online platforms behind it are just launched for a few weeks ago. So, yeah.
Right.
How you measure circularity? Do you have, because now all over Europe, we try to find the right indicators. How we really can prove that we are circular? Maybe you have already some answer for that in your company?
Connection with Kelly.
We,
there she is.
good question. We do not have the depth.
Right. Okay. We understand that Kelly's connection is now also gone, so we switch back to Michel. I hope that you can still manage to follow this session. My apologies, our apologies for that. Yeah, on Michel. Michel, are you there? Let's first check the connection.
Yeah, I'm here.
Great, great. Well, that's a start. So you were talking about level playing fields. Maybe you could pick up where you left.
Yeah. It's a good question, of course. Can governments by themselves change the tax system to favor a certain economy? Ideally, you would create at least a European system, of course, but that is not the only way forward. We see several countries in Europe, for instance, Finland, Sweden, who are working with the tax system to favor, for instance, repair. Sweden, for instance, has lowered the VAT rate on repair services. And in Finland, numerous measures have been taken to lower resource use via financial incentive. And that doesn't harm the economy. So, yes, ideally you would do it pan-European, but it can also create advantages within individual companies. So it's good to start with individual companies, no matter what you're doing.
You have any questions?
So thank you very much, Michael. Maybe you can advise us how we can approach Polish SME sector to make them more responsible, because still they focus on everyday operation, and it is really difficult to convince them that, you know, circular economy could be also an answer for the problem. Do you have any good answer for that?
Well, I think from an entrepreneurial perspective, sustainability might be one of the angles, but which might be more interesting is the fact that you get a better relationship with your customer if you work by a circular business model. So the commercial interest might be even more attractive than the sustainability one. And what I mean by that is that in less of selling something to the customer, and hence you have to have marketing budget to keep your customer interested in your products. If you deliver a service, you have a monthly, mostly relationship because you send them a bill, or you get interaction with the customers because they are requesting a repair. And by utilizing that relationship, you get much more commercial opportunity. Let me give you one practical example. If you are a young parent and you buy a stroller to carry around your baby, then after 18 to 24 months, you get rid of the stroller because your baby is getting too big, and you sell it to a friend or a family member. If you wouldn't have bought a stroller from a shop, but you would have paid for the service of using a stroller for a monthly fee, then that shop would have had a monthly relationship with you billing and could say, listen, I know your child is now 6 months old. I have a nice package deal for you, which I also offer you diapers and clothing that fits some child of 6 months. So looking at from that perspective, you can use circular business models to get much more intimate with the customer. And I think that's one of the reasons how you can, let's say, attract SMEs and other businesses looking at circular economy.
Thank you very much. We try to do that. And I think we are close to the end of the first session of today. In a second, we will meet with the Mad Jeans, with Dion. What is pronounce his name? Please help me, Sanne.
Eigenboom. Yeah.
Then Rico Florito, that was easy. He's here with us. He was brave Dutch guy who came to Poland from the company Kullu, the design company who prepare furniture, and with Mr. Bogdan Ślęk from Signify, former Philips. So thank you very much for this session. I think there is another question waiting for you, no, Sanne?
Yeah. I think we have a question on the poll. So if you could switch to the poll, there is, I hope and I think, a new question. When we come back, we'll discuss the results with you very briefly and then move into the presentations of our next panel. So thanks for watching so far, and
thank
see
you,
you in a
Michelle.
couple of minutes.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank Kelly for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks.
So hello, we are back in our second session of today. First, maybe we check how was the poll, because the question was, in what order would you place factors that determine your choice to buy or not buy a product? And we had few options, and it seems like for all of you, the quality matter. I think a matter as a priority, yes?
Yeah,
the
not the price.
Yeah, it's good.
Which is interesting.
And the second, sustainability, and the price is not on the third.
Yeah, but
So
we have a
it's-
biased audience, I think. That's correct. We don't have a neutral audience. No disrespect, of course, but it's interesting that quality is up on top instead of sustainability. So that's also.
Yeah.
Quality and sustainability are going to have a real big connection with each other. Because if something is high quality and it remains high quality for a long period, that is sustainability at the core.
Exactly.
That's a good
point.
mix. Quality and sustainability.
So let us introduce our guest here.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
first.
they start talking already. Sorry for interrupting. Perfect. No, świetnie.
We have, first I introduce maybe Dion from Mad Jeans. Dion, the second name, Sanne.
Vijgenboom.
And Mad Jeans, I really love this company, if I can emphasize it, the concept, and always when I have a speech at the conferences, this is the first practical examples when I show to the people to really bring the interest. So Dion, congratulations, and we really wish you to have you here. But
yeah, it was my wish as well. Unfortunate that it couldn't happen, but we'll take a rain check on that one. Thank you very much for your kind words. It's great to hear that you admire what we do, and thank you for inviting Martins to this event. And yeah, happy to be part of it.
So maybe tell us what is about your concept, because I know exactly, but not sure if the audience are familiar with your company. So please tell us about.
Okay, I will do that by the means of a short presentation to indeed tell us what we are and how we do it. So we claim to be, and we actually are, first and only circular denim brand, and we were founded in 2000. I'm trying to reach the next slide, but I cannot. So maybe somebody from the technique can help. But in any case, I'll continue to talk what I want to say. So, okay, here we are. So we started in 2012, and that was with 4 people only. We were a very small company, really pioneering. And the idea, like I said, we are a circular denim brand, and that means that you recycle all jeans into new ones. That's basically the essence of how we work. And to do so, yeah, we started small. In the meantime, we are with 12 people, and we're based in the Netherlands, just outside Amsterdam. And I will show you what we did actually. What was the reason to start a circular jeans brand, and if you want to do a circular company, why take the product jeans? Well, to start off, the textiles and the denim industry are a very dirty industry. It begins actually already with water. To grow cotton, you need huge amounts of water. A lot of pesticides, insecticides, and other nasty things are used to grow cotton and to harvest it. And then there's a third element to the textile industry, which is the labor conditions. And as we unfortunately have seen many times in press and movies, is that the labor circumstances are very poor in general. So that was a first reason to say, okay, we're gonna do something in this industry, in the textile industry. Then we made it a little bit more specific, and we said, going to focus on jeans. Nothing's happening. Okay. And why jeans? Everybody has a pair of jeans in his closet. So people have roughly have between 6 and 7 pairs of jeans in their cupboard, and annually 6 billion pairs of jeans are made. So it's clear that with that you can make a huge impact if you can do something better in that area. Let me check. And like I said, water is indeed an important element in the growing of cotton, particularly in the denim industry, where techniques to give the blue color, the indigo, and to wash them again after they've been stitched together, a lot of nasty products are used as well, and a lot of dirty water is usually disposed. It's considered actually the most polluting fashion item currently around. So there was a good reason. So we said we're going to do jeans differently. We're a small company. We're agile. We're able to approach this industry in a different way, and that's what we did. So we created our own mud circle. I'll talk you through the steps in short. So when you do a circular print, you start with the circular design. So you have to create a product that is possible to recycle after the use of the denim. So elements you need to think of is, can I take the rivets and the buttons and the zippers off, and most importantly, the material that I use for the jeans, so the fabric, can I recycle it after the use? Then you do your production. So like I said before, there's water, there's chemicals, etc. involved, and we found ways to recycle all your water, to not use any chemicals anymore, and do things in the right way. Third point was already touched upon by the previous guest. So offer your product as a service, not only as a consumption good. So what we have created is that people can lease their jeans. They pay a monthly amount, and once they're done with the garments, we emphasize that they should not throw it away, but they should return it to us, so we can reuse it again. It's a very, especially in fashion, it's a very innovative and unprecedented approach actually, and it's given us a lot of attention, headache as well, I must admit, but it's worth it. So then you get to the point that people have used it, means return it to us. What do? First step, we assess, is it still usable for a next cycle? So without recycling it, can we upcycle it, repair it, and give it a second life actually? That's the first option. If not possible, then indeed we recycle it, and we get to back to the circle again, and we can go in for a next round of jeans actually. So the topic of this half hour or 45 minutes is also, what do we encounter as a circular business, and what are the requirements? And so one thing we have learned is that I'm going too fast, is that partnerships are essential. So as a jeans company, you very much rely on the fabric manufacturer and the garment manufacturer. So we found 2 excellent partners in Spain and Tunisia, so relatively regional. In general, fashion is made in Asia, Bangladesh, China, etc. So we found manufacturers nearby, and they've been crucial in the success of our company because nobody believes actually, especially a few years ago, in this concept because it's more expensive, it's more complicated, it requires reverse logistics, etc. So you really need people that are as crazy and determined as we are to make it work. And luckily, we found companies like that.
So Dion, I think we have to a little bit follow to the end of presentation because we have a lot of questions to you as well, and we have limited time.
Okay, good. So this was to show that you need to be creative with the money or money that you don't have to get press and marketing. And we get a lot of advice, and we have learned to not always listen to that. And keep a focus. So we've been asked to do shoes, to do t-shirts, etc. But we know exactly what how the jeans industry works. So that made us decide on only focus on jeans and not be distracted, which is not always easy, but we managed. So that's how we do it and what we encountered. I can talk for hours, but it's indeed better to answer questions and have a discussion.
I have a question maybe for you because like you start 8 years ago, it's a long time. And this year, just recently, I heard that Levi's also go for this, lease model of their jeans. Do you see it as an opportunity or threat for your company?
No, I see it as a confirmation that what we do is the right way. And what we are able to do is to really close the loop. So we recycle our own jeans. What you see other companies do, they do only bits and parts. Now, Levi's indeed gives the opportunity to garments or to even buy refurbished Levi's, but closing the whole circle, taking everything back, and having recycled cotton, recycled jeans in all their products is not there yet, and is also very difficult for big companies like that.
Yeah. I think it's compliment for your idea, yes? If some big corporates follow your path.
Yeah. Can I squeeze
exactly,
in one? Can I squeeze in one question? Because what I noticed that the average price of your jeans is like 120 euros per pair. How do you, and that's quite comparable or similar to other brands. How were you able to get that price? Because as we said earlier, the operational costs, recycling, it's still quite labor and resource and capital intensive. So how were you able to keep that price at that level?
Well, one very important aspect, we do not discount any jeans. So the regular fashion company only sells maybe 30% of their products at full price. We don't accept that, so the price is the price. But other than that, we also we take less margin. We need to be lean and watch the cost at every aspect.
Okay, so you actually sacrifice a little of your profit margin. Then that is what I hear as well. Okay.
Totally.
Do you planning to expand to Poland? When we can buy the mud jeans in Poland?
As soon as possible, if we find retailers.
Okay. So if you want to help Dion to expand to Poland, please welcome. Yeah, this is your chance to be the first one.
Yes.
Thank you, Dion.
I'll be very happy. Thank you.
All right, Dion, thanks so much. And I'm very sorry not to have you here in the studio, but yeah, orange is orange. So that level prevented you from coming here, but I appreciate your willingness, and that rain check will definitely be for later. So thanks for that. I'm switching now to Rico Fiorito. We have Tyler, the creator, but I think we also have Rico, the creator.
We try.
And,
Pronunciation,
because,
by the way.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You are a creator. You are the creative and, let's say, designer also of your products. Your products you make from waste, basically, and. Well, as I also had a quick look at your website, of course, you're a circular designer, constantly looking for partners in waste materials. Yes. This is also an interesting element that I would like to highlight, because this is one of the questions: where do you get your high quality raw materials to actually make these kind of stuff? Products? Because this is the product of Kulu. This is not the only thing, of course. It's also other stuff. So. Here you are.
I got it.
You got the ball.
I got the ball.
Please take the floor and enlighten us on what you're doing.
I will try, and of course I don't do this alone. We have a big team of people where we have this company with. I'm Rico Fiorito from Kulu, and we try to match technology, innovations, and sustainability to create products in a different way than we do now, based on coating and spray technologies for production. And I will run you through the story of how we got here, and how I got here, and how I got to this insight of how we have to use materials in the future, and how we have to look at materials in a different way than we are doing now. That's also at the core of this company. Here you see a little 3 pictures where you see how our process works, from a waste product to a raw material which we can spray afterwards into a product. Hopefully a lot of you know the 9 R's of the circular economy theory: reuse, recycle, and all this stuff is really at the core of our business, which started in, is this thing working? Next, you can do it. One back. Yeah. So we are situated in the south of the Netherlands, near Eindhoven, in this Brainport area where a lot of industrial and technology development is. And this is something that will keep coming back, because I was also raised in this neighborhood from an Italian dad and a Belgian mother, hence the last name. Is this working? And I studied at a technical university in Eindhoven, innovation science, where you learn what technology, what effects it has on the economy, psychology, socio-economical problems. And at one point I was, this is me at a Dutch concert hall, Paradiso, pretty famous.
Oh, that's you?
Yeah, that's me. Okay. I was a professional musician for 5 years, and I didn't really want to write these lame pop songs about love life and that kind of stuff. I wanted to do something with socio-economical problems, sustainability. So I kept reading up a lot about how it works, how these models work, and how we are using the materials that we have, and how we have to look at the world in a different way. And then at one point I met this guy in the middle with the glasses. His name is Leo. He's my business partner now. And he worked in this big production company of furniture, and he saw that the way that furniture is produced is actually pretty inefficient. And his dream was to make a seamless piece of furniture from leather. So soft but seamless, because normally these were the kind of products he made. Come on, you can do this. No, one back. Yeah, so these were the type of products he used to make, where there are like 20 or 30 different components inside this thing, a lot of different materials. This factory had to have a gazillion different products in stock to make this. And also something with these interesting 3D shapes. If you had to take a piece of fabric, cut it into pieces, then sew it back together and try to pull it around this shape, which is hard labor, which is, you have to have really good, educated, classified people. And with all the sewing and the stitching and the cutting, you have a lot of waste materials. Mm. So he thought, why can't I just take a piece of foam or whatever, make a base by cutting it, by shredding it, by putting it into a mold, and then apply the finishing or the textile or the fabric by a spray technology. So this is the first thing he invented. This is the polyurea spray, which is a 2-component spray where you can make seamless furniture. So you can also use it outside. So everything you see here is soft.
Right.
And I met this guy, and he was working on leather waste and recycled cork from old wine caps. And then he finally could make his dream of this seamless leather product, because you could spray the leather waste, which is like a dust, onto the material, onto the furniture that you have. So here you see a small example. This is a molded piece like this, only it's from soft foam. and then it's coated with cork, which is also inside here, so old recycled cork material. So I saw this and I thought, okay, your idea of how you should make something technology-wise is super sustainable because you have less waste. But if we could add that concept with using waste materials in a high-end way, I think then we have this total package with a total new way how to make interior design and how to make furniture. So we started together doing this. He said, okay, Rico, can you help me out? And the music career was a little bit down, so I thought, okay, I'm going to help him. Sounds like a cool concept. And the first big project we sold was at ASML, also this big Dutch tech company in this Brainport area. So they have this roof terrace next to the highway. And they said, okay, we want 10 of these elements. So these are all soft foam, so they are flexible. And they are made outside of recycled cork materials, so local waste from Belgium and Netherlands, where you have to hand in your cork to be recycled. So they have these elements and a lot of large elements standing there. And this was a new technology back then, so we didn't really know what the wear was going to be when you would leave it outside the whole year. We did tests, but the only real test you can do is put it in there real life. And so we told them, okay, we want you guys to have this furniture for 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, because we believe that this product can last that long. The only problem is the outside will wear a little bit maybe, and we also don't know what it's going to do. So what if we strike a deal with you? You buy this stuff from us, we put it on your rooftop in spring, then when winter comes, we take it back to our factory, we check the whole thing on the outside, and if there are damages, we repair it and we spray a new layer of recycled cork on it. So your base product has to be such a high quality that you can keep reusing it. The only thing you need to repair is the top layer, which is made from local waste. And then they said, okay, let's do it. So now every year we are returning their furniture to them as good as new. And then this is going to last. We already did with products from 13 years ago, which you can just reuse 3 times and you keep reusing and remain the high quality. So that's one of the bases of circular economy. Keep that quality high, which we saw earlier. Because in winter, it's when it's like this, we have to take it away. So then we derived this concept. Okay, we did it for ASML, for a big company, but we can also do it for other companies, like Tommy Hilfiger we are working with now, and consumers, where we say, okay, you can lease these pieces of furniture for outside. We'll give you the whole service. We'll bring it to your house. We'll pick it up later, and every year you have a brand new piece of furniture. But the only thing we have to add is a little bit of waste. Yeah. So that's the main concept we have, and now we have, this is for instance linoleum waste from old bulletin boards. We are using the waste material that comes from the jeans. When you try to recycle the jeans, you get this dust. We're working on that, so we are developing a lot of new technologies based on a lot of new waste materials from the market. And our idea to do that is, come on, you can do this, is to keep the products as high as you can in this value pyramid. Mm. So we could also totally recycle our product, but then you would have to tear it apart, which uses a lot of energy. So the best thing you could do, from our opinion, is make the base in such a way that it lasts forever and just keep reusing the top parts with local waste materials, and then try to find partners worldwide so everybody can have this little Kulu production facility within 300 kilometers. Because I don't want to be shipping around stuff from Asia to Europe, all around the world. Mm. If you can teach everybody to use their own local waste and make it into high-end products, then we're truly going into a circular economy. That's what I think. I don't have a good picture for you for the end. Yeah, so this is some stuff that we make. We also do acoustic panels, refurbish old furniture with local waste materials. So we do a lot of the concrete waste on the left side. Yeah, there's so much cool stuff going on. I don't have enough time to show you, but I'll go back one step. So what we do, this is the process in short. Take, for instance, an old linoleum floor, crush it into a raw material, and then afterwards we spray it into whatever shape you would like. And then this is a simple air ball, but we can do it in 3D shapes, 2D shapes. You can cut, you can do whatever you want. So that's it in short. I want to see another cool picture. No, I think we're through the pictures. And the top one here is pretty funny. It's recycled money.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's great. I mean, this is our second example of product as a service, right? You built up some experience on that. So as an embassy, we also ordered some stuff from you guys. But I don't want to make this too much of an advertisement block.
Oh, no, sure, no.
So what I wonder is, well, where do you get your raw materials from, for starters?
Yeah, we work with, I'm always looking for partners to see where we can get the raw materials from. So what we do, we work with leather producing companies who have leather waste from their own production. So that's the final piece of waste that they don't use, because they always say, okay, we use the waste materials from the meat industry. So we work together with like Eco Leather, which is a really big tannery in the Netherlands, and with some other leather producers. And then we'll just try to make a business case with them to see, okay, what if we can make your leather into high-end furniture for indoor, outdoor? And then they have more than enough waste materials for us to use. The cork we get from people have to recycle it in the Netherlands. So we are trying to promote now that people hand in their old wine corks. And then we have a partner which can grind it into the right size that we want. And then the linoleum comes from Forbo, which is a really large industrial linoleum producer. So what we do is try to be inside your market and see. So we try to look with interior producers of interior design products and just look at them. Okay, what are they making and where is the waste material that we could use? And then make partnerships. So tell Forbo, okay, we're going to make products from your waste, which you can use as a promotional tool to show what you're doing. And at the same time, together we can make a business model, and then maybe in the long run, if we find the right market for it, I can start paying for your waste. Yeah. Because it's a raw material for me.
Ulrike, one final question, because we also need to move on to other speakers. What would be your golden tip for anyone who watches, who wants to start a circular business? Yeah, difficult question, I know.
The golden tip is just start doing. Like you've been saying earlier, everybody keeps talking about it, but nobody starts doing. And then along the road, you will fall down 5, 20, 50 times, but it doesn't matter if you just keep standing up again and try to find partners around you who think in the same way. And an important thing, of course, is finance it. Yeah. Because that's the thing that keeps being something really difficult.
Right. Because does government help you in this, or is it an obstacle?
It's an obstacle now, yeah. It's
really
hard because everybody wants it, but it's hard for the companies and the industries to understand this shift that you have to make. Yeah. And we are pretty ahead of how we think that should go, but it's hard to get the financing for that kind of stuff because it's also new. And these new business model, people need time to adjust. And we don't have time to adjust. We need to act now. If we want
I need to adjust as well because I get very urgent hand gestures from backstage that I really need to shift to switch to the next speaker. So, Agnieszka.
So welcome, Bogdan. Bogdan Ślęk from Signify. It's former Philips, but now we don't have Philips anymore regarding lighting. We have Signify. And it was one of the first companies who started to sell the service, the lighting as a service. So Bogdan, please, let's go to your presentation.
Hello, Rico, can I borrow from you a bowl? Yeah,
yes,
it's the circular bowl. That will be easier for me. In principle, I have privilege today to share with you the Signify story, the story of the company that is very young, because we are just 4 years old, but with more than 100 years of heritage because we are the spin-off from Philips. And I will tell you the story about the Brighter Life, Better World program, the program that we did in 2015, still as a Philips Lighting. And I will share with you the achievements that we announced today, this month. Our CEO, Eric Rondola, announced that we reached the carbon neutrality in all our operations globally. And we also switched completely 100% to renewable electricity in all the operations that we do. Also, we reach a level of 90% of industrial waste from our operation that is fully recycled. And during the last 5 years, we also bring to the market more than 2.5 billion of energy-saving LED products that substantially reduce the emissions. Although we are young, we are globally recognized. For 3 consecutive years, we are industrial leader in Dow Jones Sustainability Indexes. And also we are well known in Poland. So we are also ranked #1 in industrial production at the Responsible Companies ranking already for 2 consecutive years. We have 4 factories in Poland. So you'll see the picture of the factory in Piła. We have also a factory in Kętrzyn and in Bielsko-Biała. Our story in Poland is almost 100 years. So next year will be 100 years where we manufacture in Poland. And Bielsko is a smallest factory, but it's a very interesting one because it's the zero waste to landfill factory. So non-industrial waste is coming to the landfill from this factory. That's a very good example. Just a few words how we achieve this carbon neutrality. Over 5 years, we make a tremendous effort to reduce our own emissions. So as you see, we reduce by half emissions from our industry and also by half emissions from our logistics. For non-industrial location, even more, and for the business travel. So it was our internal effort as well. I would say external, I would say we signed, and this is a very interesting power purchasing agreement that was signed last year with the wind farm in Kisielice here in Poland. 42 megawatts of windmills that are covering 100% of our electricity from renewables for our operations. Where you look to the I would say drivers, that was one of the questions. In my view, the main driver is the business responsibility. The business responsibility that's coming out of global challenges. We know the climate change. We know the scarcity of resources. We know that there is a demographic change. So imagine 10 billion people in 2025. Urbanization, more than 70% of people will live in the cities. And we translated into the structural program that is clustered in the Sustainable Development Goals, the United Nations SDGs, to manage our effort for the way and coming forward beyond the carbon neutrality. So we cluster our activities, our sustainable program, into the brighter lives and the better world part. So we address this, and the commitment that we have for 2025 is to double our positive impact for environment and for society. For environment, just doubling our revenues for the circular actions and doubling our revenues for the circular economy up to 32%, that I will also elaborate a little bit more. And also for the brighter life, so we are aiming to double our revenues that are bringing which are bringing the benefits for the society, meaning in the area of the food availability, so meaning horticultural lighting, or the aquatic lighting, or animal lighting that our systems are used for food production. And security and safety. So we talk about the safety on the roads, the street lighting, but as well about our disinfection UVC systems that can help to combat the SARS-CoV-2. And health and well-being, so human circular lighting that makes lighting friendly to the rhythm of humans. And also we are addressing a great place to work. So our commitment is that we will reach double impact. We will grow double percentage of women in the leadership positions. And about the circular revenues, we are at the level of 16%, if you recalculate. So 60% today of products, services, and systems are already within the circular area. How we did it, of course, the circular business models, you know all, the Schiphol Airport, well-known project. There are more of such projects across Europe and across the world. We are expanding our 3D printing of luminaires to other geographics. As well, we are working on circular economy-ready luminaires. We have already 10 families of these products. They are covering virtually all the application coming from street lighting as well for the indoor lighting, industrial lighting. It's good to mention as well that all the products have to have packaging. And also one of the lessons is that being a big company and we have an ecosystem, and if we have the criteria for our packaging, that 80% is coming from recycling, that the whole ecosystem start to work in this rhythm. And that's make a big difference. And also it's good to mention that with the packaging, we also, in the middle of the year, make a public commitment that for till the end of the next year, we will withdraw completely from plastic from the packaging for our consumer products. And that will be the impact of 2,500 tons of plastic that will be on a yearly basis removed forever from the environment. And we also redesigned the new packaging, of course,
but what
make
you
it lighter.
Exchange with the plastic, what you exchange with, because you have to have
with the paper. Yeah, we completely switched to paper packaging for consumer products, and from that point of view, we also make this packaging lighter, that have an impact on a yearly basis of 6,000 emissions of the carbon dioxide yearly less. Yeah. So circular economy ready luminaires, they simply outperform I would say the standard products that are at the market in almost every element. Yeah. And I will not maybe go more to the details of that, but one of these features of these circular products are the connectivity. So these products are future proof, meaning that they are system and sensor ready. Yeah. So they can be connected to any, I would say, IoT infrastructure, and generally lighting can carry these new technologies. That's maybe short about these circular economy ready luminaires. We also have a huge range of 3D printed luminaires for for the professional consumers, as well for the individuals. And this carbon footprint of such a product is almost half less than for the standard ones. Yeah. And another lesson is that if you make these products available to everybody, so everybody can make an impact on environment, be more circular. And this is an example of the product that is made out of the 24 CDs that could be fully recycled for the new product.
But do you see, for example, difference between countries, because you are just global company? If there is a need or difference of the purchasing of this circular product in different countries, what about Poland, for example? Do Polish customer want to buy this circular? They really care about it?
Yeah, that's a very good question. There is of course a few aspects. Yeah, the market looks a little bit different. There is a big yeah, that awareness. That's the key. Yeah, but first awareness have to be among our employees. So that's very important also to work with our own staff, our own ecosystem, because all what we do also with total value chain that we are seeing with the customers, as well with our distributors, as well with our suppliers. Yeah, and this is creating the critical, I would say, critical mass for raising the awareness. And the customers, for example, are looking, of course, if they understand properly the concept, they are willing to go for such a, for example, new business models. Yeah, the circular lighting. Yeah, that give you zero capex spendings, and you have a bright new lighting. You are saving from the day one when it's operational. Yeah, that's once you understand the concept, that is chosen by the customer. Mainly, they also use it as a competitive adventure over their competitors. Yeah, some of them simply don't willing even to share the case studies, which we really, I would say, not happy so much. But it's really working, and I believe that. If the companies and the customers looking from the product life cycle point of view, they will find that the circular ready products are simply the best, and they offering the benefits for the I would say for customers, for end users, as well for the environment. And I think that's the choice of the future.
One quick question before we move to questions from the audience, because we want to have some feed-ins from the audience as well. What happens if you not meet the ambitions and targets that Signify has set itself? I mean, I'm talking about accountability.
Yeah.
Are you accountable for those rather ambitious targets?
Absolutely, absolutely. All our commitments, it was 5 years ago as well, are well defined. Yeah, so we define everything. So it is not just the statements; it's just the real, I would say, activities and actions on, I would say, monthly basis. We review all the key performance indicators that are well defined. And of course, I should be honest that we reach all the commitments from the program of 2015 without one, because we were aiming to be I would say zero waste to landfill already in 2020. We didn't reach it. Yeah, we reached it more than 90%. But still, you know, it is very challenging, but it's just to get rid out of any waste that you manufacture. So this objective is also for 2025. We have a very good example in Poland with Bielsko, but we like all our operations to have in zero waste.
So basically, you go public also with the commitments. So in that sense, you're accountable also to the general public and possibly the shareholders as well.
Exactly.
I also want to really give an opportunity for the audience to react, to respond to these three really interesting presentations. For that, we have our magical voiceover, Hubert. And he has been going through all the questions that you have put on the chat box, but also through email. So, Hubert, are you there? This is the first time we try it. So we see Hubert.
Thank you, Sana.
Right. Okay, we hear you. So, could you give us a question from the audience, please?
Yeah, the first question is actually the continuation on what Agnieszka asked. Do you think that the society, Dutch or Polish, is ready for clothes or furniture which are circular? Or is it a product for a small group of conscious customers?
I think, if I would
go ahead.
have an opinion on this, I think we also have to start raising our consumers, because we have came from a model where we treat the consumer as if he's the holy grail, as if he knows everything and he can always decide what he can buy and why he buys it. But I think, like a child, you also don't give him everything he wants all the time, because I think we need to raise our consumers as well, so to show them how you can pick the right product or buy the right product, because it is the way to go. Like you say with lighting, 40 years ago or 50 years ago, we could already make a light bulb which never goes broke. Only our economic models are based on that way, that we need to consume. So I think we need to educate the people on how to do it. And then, of course, there's going to be market, because what my friend here on the left side already said, the products, if you look at the total cost of ownership, products which are circular are always better quality. If you buy cheap pieces of clothes, then after 1 year, your piece of jeans is worth shit. And if you probably buy the mud jeans, they last for 7 or 8 years, and then they can recycle it.
Can I pass the question also to Dion? Are your jeans for a small group of, let's say, responsible customers, or do you see the masses being activated by your product? I don't hear Dion. Do you?
Now we can
there he
hear
is.
you.
Yeah, could you start over? Yeah.
Okay, I'll start again. I agree indeed with that consumers can be educated. Another aspect, though, is that the product that you offer needs to be aesthetically right. The price also needs to be right. So it's also a matter of us as the brands or the manufacturers to offer a product that is as good or better in all aspects for the consumer. So you need to be competitive. Your product needs to be unavoidable, actually. So.
Thanks. Do we have time for one more question? Hubert?
Yes, the next question actually concerns the way to do circular products and services. Bogdan mentioned that it is a business responsibility and the current circumstances that fuel the circular products. But do you expect support from the government? And if yes, then in what form? Procurement,
Do you expect
purchases,
support from the
regulations?
government? And if yes, what kind of support? Bogdan.
I'm a strong believer, and I think that that the facts are proving that it's the right thinking. Also, I mentioned already 16% of the products that and systems and services are our revenues today. Yeah, we believe that we will grow over the last 5 years to 1/3 of our revenues, which is a strong belief from our side. So there is a lot of audience and a lot of customers and users. They are ready for that. Yeah. Of course, looking to the legislation, the government itself, it will help. We know that the European Union have the circular economy package that was announced 2 years ago. And we strongly believe that green public procurement will also give an opportunity for circular companies really to grow, because it's the benefits for the economy, it's benefits for people, for humans, it's benefits for the environment. And I have also strong belief that that currently with the national recovery and resilience plans, the government will also put into the programs the elements of the circular economy as, I would say, the one of the major criteria. Right. And this is the unique opportunity for all the, I would say, member states in EU that have this huge package of recovery funds that is coming. Yeah, it's of course we are willing to contribute also with our experience as well with our ideas that prove to be, I would say, successful.
Right, because this is an important addition that you make here, that these recovery funds are especially for digitalization, but also for greening the economy. So absolutely. There's definitely also something to be gained there.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we don't have much time for another question. By the way, this package, the Circular Economy Action Plan, has been updated in March this year even, and lighting is also part of that. So that's also interesting information, maybe. Agnieszka.
I think that also we ask our speakers and also Michelle and Kelly that maybe they can answer through chat to your question. So they can connect as well to our platform and try to interfere with you and answer, because I know that your question was in the first panel. So we try to ask them to answer them via chat. And now
all the, I would say, questions are welcome. Otherwise, we will play football. Let's say we have the balls.
Circular football, yeah.
So that's how we approach to the first part of today's conference. We are just before the lunch break, and we thank you for being with us. We leave you with the last, I think, poll questions, which you can do as your homework during lunch break, and then we can see after that what is the answer. So.
Yeah, so that question is, which of the following products would you be prepared to share or rent? And then there's another question which says exactly the opposite. Which of the following products would you not like to share or rent? So, well, do your homework, have a leg stretch, have some lunch, and we'll see you in a bit. Thank you very much for watching, and especially big thanks to our guests, both in the Netherlands and physically here in the studio.
Yeah. See you soon. Thank you.
See you in the chat box.
I was worse off keeping you around. That's why I go away. Feeling how it ends is just the worst part. I was in the man, but there was still no way. How was I to know that I was worse off? I was in the man, but there was still no way. How was I to know that I was worse off? Keeping you around, that's why I go away. Feeling how it ends is just the worst part. I was in the man, but there was still no way. How was I to know that I was worse off? was I to know that I was worse off keeping you around? That's why I go away. Feeling how it ends is just the worst part. I was in the man, but there was still no way. How was I to know that I was worse off?
So, hello again. In the second part of our today conferences, we are here with Kamil Mirowski in our studio and two guests connected online, which is no sound.
Only Jan Willem has no sound, so I think you could better.
Okay, I'm sorry. So we have Ton van der Giesens van Werven Plastic oraz Jan Willem Wierenga z Dash Plantpak IPP company. But before we start with our guests, we would like to see what is the result of our opinion poll. So I ask you two questions: what you would like to share and what you definitely not would like to share. And what is the answer, Sanna?
Well, to start with the last one, what you definitely not want to share is your washing machine.
Okay, so the Dutch company...
I can sympathize with that, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But there is like a bundle company which offer you washing machine as a service. So maybe this is the solution, like in a between, to have it and not have it, but still have it at home. Yes?
This is your golden tip. Okay. And then the third one is bicycle. You don't want to share that. That's interesting because there's so many projects also in Warsaw with bicycle sharing. So,
but I can imagine the people who love ride bicycles because they want to ride it every day and every minute. So maybe that's why they want to have it.
I have 3 bicycles.
Too many.
But I'm from Holland.
Too many.
Don't want to share.
Okay. And what you want to share the most?
Yeah, we shift. Oh, there's 0%. So we have only not like to share. I think the other one
Yeah,
did not really come through.
no, but I think someone.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, I have it.
Aha.
So someone told me that we could share a drill.
A drill?
Yeah, so we not, have personal no, feelings to the drill, I think.
But you're, now I'm risking to make very sexist remarks, because I'm afraid that as a man,
Okay.
I would like to have my personal drill. Camille?
I would prefer to share a bike.
Okay. Okay, Yush.
Okay, so let's go to our guest. So first, it's Ton van der Geesen, and Sanne, please introduce, because you...
Yes, Ton, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, great, great. It's good to see you, and it's such a disappointment that Corona prevented you from coming here, because you were very much willing to come also for tomorrow, because there's a summit tomorrow as well, and you will make that presentation, but unfortunately online. But you are here, and we are very interested to hear your story. You are a CEO of Van Werven Plastics. And of course, well, we go a little while back, because earlier this year I did a traineeship or an internship at your company to see what you're doing, what you're doing with Van Werven plastic recycling. So I can go on for, well, hours talking about that experience, but I won't. You're also, because you will explain us what your company is doing in the whole of Europe. You're also a vice chair of a platform that voices the interest of the recycling industry. That will be your focus of maybe more tomorrow, and today you will focus more on what Van Werven is doing and what tips and tricks and do's and don'ts and how you get there where you now are. So without further ado, I would like to give you the floor, Ton, and happy to learn your experiences.
Thank you for the nice introduction. What we see on the screen right now is a picture of our location in Poland. And we are very proud. 1 year ago, after the start of 50 years of plastic recycling, and there were a lot of hurdles. Something about that.
Yeah.
I try to get the next slide. Not. Yes. What we see here, it was not to make a sustainable out of plastic recycling. A lot of hurdles, and when we know them all before, we start it. But you don't know what you are going to achieve. And I will tell you some hurdles. I try to put my slides on a line. That's not. The first hurdle was to sort out of the mixed plastic breaking in from municipalities and building and demolition waste. The mode in the mix there are 25 of plastic, and it was a challenge to separate them all, to make them clean, and grind them in a situation to sell to the plastic industry. And at the moment we were able, the plastic industry then willing to put secondary material in the products. They were afraid. They said, "No, I will put it away because this." And after 2 years, it took 2 years more to convince that they can use it very well. And at the moment they discovered that, asked for more material. I mean, the moment I try to change. And the next hurdle was Iteration was much going to a recycling company. So we were not able to put material on our side for the recycling of plastic. And another big competitor was the situation in China. And a lot of material was separated at the source, bought by Chinese traders and sent out to China because transport was very cheap. Also labor in China than in Western Europe. And after a few years, there happened what I was dreaming about. Borders were closed to another from one place out of the world, thick and paper and some other. So that gives us the opportunity to better volume, and that's why we decided to put more locations in Europe, in Sweden, in Ireland, in the UK, in Belgium, in Sweden, and in Poland. We built recycling facilities. We got material in for countries, recycle it, and to the primary, the replacement for primary to the plastic industry. And then you think you have in line, and then the next program in the beginning of this year. That's right. And that problem was oil prices. Even it was going down, nobody had expected that it will be going down so quickly, because a lot of people like Putin and Saudi Arabia don't market fuel, of course, and as an effect of that, also the primary raw material was going down 30% in price. And then, of course, because change that lowered down our, because otherwise they had a too big stock of end products. So what you see, it is not easy. It's going from right. The problem how to get material and cleaned and make a high quality material, then nobody wants to have it. Then the demand bigger, the input is not there, and that input is there. You invest cycling capacity in Europe, the prices for oil are going down. Affect prices for raw material. What would be the solution? I think it supports a stable business model, plastic recycling. There are two elements. One of them is recycling. Every producer has to use in his plastic products a percentage of rest. At the moment, it is several levels in the plans, but also in the European plan to bring in this kind of action. And another one, at the moment, there will be application. Next problem is there will not be enough plastic available. There is still going a lot of incineration and so the next step, not part of it, is there has to become solid to ban plastic waste on landfill on the incineration of plastic. And when those are effective, I think with a stable business model, then recyclers with each other can compete about prices, but not the price for oil or price for incineration will be the first choice. And let's see how soon we can step together. And this is what I want to tell you. Can you give the floor back to
Okay. So, Sanne, what was your experience from the visit? Yes?
Well, the thing is that it is very interesting, Tom. Thank you very much for the presentation. Again, a very bad connection, for which we apologize, but yeah, that's a technical part that is out of our hands, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But your presentation was very, let's say, full of images, and I could follow actually. So thanks for that. My experience was that what I found most surprising is that because everyone is talking about packaging these days and plastics packaging, but Van Werven managed to remain its profitability really without subsidies. So I wonder if you, Ton, could just share a couple of words on that. How did you manage to do this to grow basically this profitable company? Without these subsidies, and what role for the government would you expect in that? Maybe a better role for the government.
Yeah, I think it is because we are a family-owned company, and I believe in the future that it, every year more money in this activity to have at the end the status we are now. When we were depending on other kinds of getting finance, I think it was more and more up. Then our company exists for 5 years. We have some other activities also, and those other activities have financed several years plastic recycling. So it was not able to that standing alone.
Right. If I may summarize, because I know what you're saying, but the connection is making it difficult to understand. But because Van Werven industrial plastics recycling is part of a bigger company, including infrastructure activities, etc., and also sacrificing lots of, let's say, profits and other returns into innovation and into let's try to make this business model in plastics recycling more circular. That is the way that you basically survived and made you what you are now. So anyway, thanks, and due to that bad connection, I really need to go to the next speaker. Maybe Baton, thanks very much for sharing that. Stay online because maybe there will be questions from the audience for you. But for now, Agnieszka, could you?
So we have Kamil Mirowski here. He is in charge of public affairs, corporate social responsibility and sustainability in Grupa Żywiec, one of the leading brewing companies in Poland. And he's passionate about the public policy and political affairs. So Kamil, could you share your presentation with us first and then we discuss later?
Sure. Let me start by saying that today we're talking about huge things, and I'm on the opposite side. I want to talk about the very small things, menial things, things that constitute our daily habit. Because isn't it like that in life, that majority of things that we do doesn't necessarily require watching David Attenborough film on Netflix before? And this is the case I'm going to talk about, but let me have one stepping stone in my presentation to get it through. Can we have, okay, that's it. All right. So my question is what sustainability is really all about. Is it about things like Kate Middleton wearing the same dress twice as a highlight of the sustainability we can achieve? Or is it the fact that COVID changing the people's behavior allowed citizens of India to see their country without smoke for the first time in years? And I think these are questions about small things that we need to focus on and put more attention in our daily life. And this kind of small thing in our business is a battle. It's a battle that you as consumers are picking from the shelf and enjoying that battle in the evening. So in our business, we've got an ingenious device of returnable bottle. It's also called refillable because that's the main shift, that's the main chain, can be refilled. So a refillable bottle, returnable bottle, not only does not add up to waste pollution, but it produces 10 times less carbon dioxide than a regular bottle. Why? because it can travel in its life 25 times or even more. And not necessarily also stop there, because during 1 year it travels about 6 times, and you can imagine the scale of the returnable bottle in our company. We've got about 200 million bottles each year, traveling 6 times, which makes a huge complexity for our company of dealing with 1 billion, 200 million bottles every single year. But it's good for our business, it's good for the environment. So we want to push with this one. But let me take you all to the very short travel in time. And this could be also a travel in time or travel in memory for the most of people, because the returnability packaging system in Poland dates back at dozens of years ago. And this is a thing that constitutes or starts the way we think about returnable bottle, because we already have got a consumer pattern here in Poland. People know the system, majority of people were born in the system, so bringing a bottle to the shop for majority of people is something natural they grew up with. The thing is, it used to be very common for other brands, like milk and everything else. Right now, it's almost particularly dedicated to brewing industry, and we are the ones that sustain the system. We want to keep it going. Let me excuse being too slow with the slides, but I'm really struggling with changing them. So I hope there's going to be a next slide anytime soon. So this isn't necessarily the same that it stayed. So the consumer patterns changes every single year, and it's a decline in consumers picking returnable bottle over one-way bottle. The convenience today is the king, and it's been very highly accelerated by the COVID patterns. So people want to spend as little time as they have in the shop, put a pack of beer to the crate, and see you later. We can see that, and we want to prevent it. It's a steady trend. So we observed it for the last years, but it's been accelerated this year. That's why we made a promise to make bottle returning great again, because it's good for the environment. It's good also for our company. And where we started from the basics. We never thought about being the champion of returnable bottle. We wanted to be incrementally better each and single year with pushing of the bottle. That's why we focused firstly on the deposit, then analyzed motivation and behavior of our consumers. Then we unlocked key obstacles, and finally involved a flagship brand. So we increased the deposit from 35 cents to 15 cents. To 50 cents, by 15 cents only. And we were curious, would that make any effect on the consumer? And it turned out that it did, but not only it did made an effect on consumers, it did a huge effect on our clients. So we observed the small shops that were handing over a leaflet telling that without a proof of purchase, the receipt, they will pay a different deposit than with a proof of purchase. So that made us think that there is a business that can be made also for our key customers to spread the sustainability, to move the bottle going over with that one. So that was a first stepping stone for us, but it was not enough. So we focused on the consumer. So right, if we can see that the market sees a business potential in that area, how can we move with consumers? How can we make people be aware of what is happening there? So we analyzed the consumer patterns, and we saw that majority, about 50% of consumers buy a beer in returnable bottle, but only about 30% usually bring it back to shop. So we can see that there is obstacles inside within the consumers, and we wanted to find out what drives them. So there are generally two types of consumers. The first one, who don't return bottles, are the problem who see that deposit is a problem for them because it's an increase of price. They know that they're not going to bring that bottle, so they don't want to pick it up in the first place. They can tell you that it's tiresome, and for part of them, it's also a shame accustomed with consumers who are poorer than them. And to those ones, this deposit is a, let's say, money motivation. They don't want to be accustomed with that one. And there is a second type of consumers who says that it's ecologic, that deposit is a benefit because it allows you to save money while exchanging the bottle for the next one. And it's needed because it has something to do with recycling. Well, those two types have got something in common. They say that the receipt is a problem. So having a consumer to prove the purchase, there was a problem, and we wanted to change it. So we launched a program that gathers 7,000 shops that told us that they will not request any proof of purchase from the consumer to bring the bottle. And then we engaged our key flagship brand, Żywiec, to make it more lifestyle-oriented, including celebrities, including celebrities who also take part in the first returnable bottles boosting campaign in Poland to change that lifestyle behavior. So right now I can tell you this is not a story of a huge success. We can see that a lot is to be done, including a problem of space in shops, including still problems with a receipt. A lot of them, including COVID, changed that behavior. But I can tell you that we succeeded in shortening the circulation by 12 days. We also increased the returnability by 13%. And during the 3 last years, we declined the market loss by 55 million bottles.
Okay.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. So I have 2 questions. First of all, tell me about the shops. Are they also eager to cooperate? What is their attitude for that?
So I can say this is a split thing. On one side, the shopkeepers and returnable bottle is usually available in small shops, family shops. So they can see that any movement that is going to come to their shops is a good movement, because they can attract new customers and increase the rotation. And beer is one of the products that drives sales of other products. So people come to shop to buy one beer, but they left with also additional groceries. So this is good for them, they want it. But on the other hand, there is a big problem because there is not enough space to accumulate all the bottles that people are bringing back. And there is a VAT problem in Poland because it constitutes a major force of the shopkeepers not to get more bottles than they sold. So this is this receipt problem. But we convince them, give people 35 groszy instead of 50, but we will buy the bottle from you for 50. And they say, okay, that makes it business-wise.
Do you have questions, Kamil? Because then we have to shift to another.
I have many questions, but okay, well, let's stick to one because we're running out of time. What are you doing as Żywiec or Heineken to reach out to the branch, to government, to competitors even?
Yeah, this is a perfect question because right now we're discussing the extended producer's responsibility system along with the deposit return scheme. And we are much in favor of having a deposit return scheme in Poland because it would get lack of all these discussions about proof of purchase and the stores. It will allow us to get these bottles, but we need also to be conscious because it's not easy for the regulator to move without hurting the returnable bottle. This is a system already existing for many, many years. That's why we say keep the system as it is. Make some things that would attract shopkeepers to use it, but let's focus on a different system for one waste because this is the only thing we can see that we can get rid of the waste pollution and implement circularity.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Kamil.
Thank you very much, Kamil. We keep our fingers crossed to make it growing, your project.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks. I now move to introducing Jan-Willem Wieringa. Jan-Willem, thank you very much for being here, and I hope you can hear me. The connections.
I can hear you well.
Okay, great.
I hope your sound is better than earlier.
Yes. You're the CEO of Dash Plant Pack, and despite Corona, you were quite successful this year. You acquired 2 plants, one of which was in Poland, in Bytom. You are, or you claim to be, but I assume you are a leading player in the current transformation in horticulture. So I'm also glad that we have bioeconomics and agriculture sector also, let's say, highlighted in this conference. Recycled materials, introducing innovations is one of your aims, one of your objectives. You're also part of an umbrella organization for the rubber and plastics industry in the Netherlands. So like Ton van der Giessen, you also take your business responsibility and also take it to maybe a European level or to the national level and to the government. May I give you the floor, and afterwards we'll have questions for you, no doubt. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we have prepared a video of 1 minute, which explains very well what we do. So maybe we could start with that?
Sure.
The new recycled product. Recover begins its journey at post-consumer plastic recycling sites. The flower pot can quickly be sorted for recycling because no carbon black pigment is used. Desh purchases this recycled post-consumer plastic to manufacture the Recover pots. A sustainable innovation that fits in perfectly with their range of sustainable products. Growers prefer these Desh pots because they can be processed completely automatically. Plants thrive in these pots and they're easy to transport. Once the consumer has planted their purchase in the garden, they dispose of the pot so that it can be completely recycled again. Next time the consumer takes a plant home, they'll transport it in a pot made from plastic they recycled last time. Recover, closing the loop on the circular process.
So, in a nutshell, that tells the story what we do. And unfortunately today, there is a difference between a negative image due to pollution and the great attributes that plastic is having. I have here a bag. This is waste from fridges, white goods. The inside of your fridge at home has plastic that is being recycled by companies like Ton from Werven. We buy the material again and make new products. And maybe we use my dog in marketing. And you think, what has a dog to do with plastics? Well, the question I'm asking you, you like dogs? Most people say, yeah. So then I say, you like stepping in dog poo? And the answer is, no, of course not. And that's, I compared it with the plastic industry. The product is fantastic, but we should all work together to make sure people don't litter. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes,
yeah, definitely.
perfect. I will love this.
I love the comparison.
Yeah, exactly.
Please continue.
I hear nothing. Oh, now I can. That's basically in a nutshell what we do.
Well, thanks very much, Jan-Willem. And one of the things I learned also from my internship at Van Werven and also talking to Ton is the certification, let's say, also for making sure that the quality of your product is recognized and also can, you know, the end of waste status is a problem, for example, in Poland still, but maybe you need also something on European level. What's your view on that, on certification, and what trouble did it take you to actually get that for your product?
I mean, we actually use recycled material already since decades. We were doing it before it became popular, before it became green. So we've done it for 34 years. We're gradually moving now from post-industrial to post-consumer material, so from your garbage, basically. Yeah, certification. I mean, we use certificates because there are some retailers who require it. So more and more of our products are now certified because retail is driving it. But to be honest, we can also work without it because it also limits it. It becomes harder to use certain types of materials. And in the presentation of Tom, that unfortunately we couldn't hear very well, there is now a mountain of recycled material available. the whole industry I'm part of is still using predominantly recycled material. So I'm a bit on the fence on the difference.
Right, right. And how long did it take you to get some return on investment? How much effort and resources did it take you to develop your product and to actually make a profit out of it? Was that, I mean, you mentioned that you are in this business for decades. But can you indicate?
No, I mean, we have 6 factories. The last 2 that we just acquired. And we're fortunate enough that most of our factories have been profitable almost all the time. The current transition to consumer material is challenging because the base material has even a lower quality to start with. So to change over your manufacturing is challenging, but we're doing it. I think that's the link again to Camille's story. We try to make a little bit of money so we can buy beer and return the bottles.
I see 2 different, let's say, economic systems, maybe even, or economies, the Polish and the Dutch. What I see in the Dutch case is that you have a couple of important sector-wide agreements. So I was talking about to Camille about reaching out to your competitors, to branch organizations, to government. Is that also in your case? I mean, is there a sector-wide agreement in your sector that has to reach a certain goal, or you cooperate and coordinate, exchange information?
I mean, pan-European legislation applies to all of us. But let's say in the sector, like I said, for decades we've been doing this. The horticulture, the people supplying to the horticulture have been leading the sustainability, the recycling for a long time. Also, our factory in Poland is using recycled material. So, not necessarily.
Right. Thank you very much. For now, I need to sort of cut this Q&A short because there's probably some questions from the audience. So again, it's my pleasure to call to the magical voiceover Hubert. Hubert, what questions do you see on the chat box or in your email?
Okay, so the first question is, although recycling is relatively low in the hierarchy of waste, it seems that for many people it is the basis of circularity. Do you think we're going to evolve from this view, and will recycling ever play a smaller role or maybe even be redundant?
To whom shall we?
Ton is having a problem with sound. Can I answer to that?
Yes.
Could you repeat the question or summarize it?
The backside you can see for sure.
I think
the plastics industry in Holland is launching a program called Rethink. And we're not only focusing on recycle, we're focusing on reuse, redesign, so to make products thinner, reuse if possible, and beer bottles is a great example, or renew. So there are different re's that are part of this sustainability agenda. And recycling is a big part of it.
So thank you very much. I don't know, do you want to add something to that? Of course, if we...
Yeah, of course, there are a lot of carbs on the ladder. But at the end, most of them, the longer you can reuse it in the system, the better it is. But there will be a moment in the and then recycling is okay.
Okay, thank you. Hubert, do we have any more questions?
Yes, of course. The second question. Being big corporate company, that's a question for Żywiec. What does Żywiec see as a main barrier in circular transformation?
I would say that...
Could you repeat the question? Maybe people haven't heard it.
Yeah, it's a question about the barriers for circular economy. And I think that, let's start with drivers, because it's exactly the opposite. And I think that the circular transformation is being driven by 3 factors. The first one are customers. Their expectation, their knowledge, they're being aware, and they're being more and more conscious about the product, what it contains, how it's being recycled. So that's one very big driver, and it drives also regulations. We need to follow regulation. We want to be part of this decision making. So this is the second one. And the third one is simply business. In the end, it has to be profitable, all in all. So I think that while the market is growing, while the consumers are more aware, while the regulations are being in place, and good regulations that also steer the profitability, companies are more and more interested in following them, and not only following, but being the leader of it. So pushing the boundaries more and more. So I think that out of this triangle, reuse, reduce, and recycle, the one we pick the most, the first, is the thing that's most profitable and desired by consumers and allowing to follow the regulations. So I think this is the answer to that question.
Anything more? We still have time.
Can I pass that question as well to Tom? Because what drives Van Werven to go the difficult way? Because let's face it, it's quite it's a long winding road. So it's profitability. But it's also, well, I got the impression when I did that internship that it's more than that. Tom.
Yes, I think it's also coming out of the heart. Our planet and people. And what is your key as a company for the next generation? It's a way of thinking, and that gives me the opportunity to build this whole business model.
There is a profit, but there's also a purpose and a responsibility for companies. All right, yes. Maybe we have time for just one more question. Yes. Hubert?
Yeah, the third question is specifically for Jan Willem.
Jan Willem?
Yeah, why have you chosen Poland for circular production? Are you planning to produce for Polish market or export?
Well, the company we bought in Poland is already in existence for 20, 30 years. So it was a group of companies, Holland and Poland. The owner, 71, was looking for continuity, and it fit perfectly with us. So the product range, you see some of the products behind me, fit perfectly with what we already produced at Dash. So we're now integrating the companies, and the Polish factory is producing for the Poland market, other Eastern European countries, and exporting a lot, and quite successful.
Could you tell me, do you see like growing interest among consumers for your eco product, for your range of eco products? Yes?
Yes, we do.
Oh, that's great to hear.
And that's from farmers, or is that from the end user? Is it, let's say, agrarian entrepreneurs, or is it a mix? There's just a growing demand. Oh, sorry, I hear that he's offline. Okay, well, thank you very much, my dear panelists, Camille, Tom, Jan Willem, thanks so much. I think we'll move to
the poll.
To the poll, yeah.
Oh, we have one more question for you. So, which of the below product would you not buy if it were recycled, like in at least 70%? And there is like clothes, electronic equipment, car, furniture, none of above. And I think with this question we finish our session. And in a few minutes, we will be back and invite you for one of the last session of today.
Thank you very much. See you in a couple of minutes.
was worse off keeping you around. That's why I go away. Feeling how it ends is just the worst part. I was in the man, but there was still no way. How was I to know that I was worse off?
Right. None of the above. So basically, everything.
Yeah, they don't mind.
Ah, right. We are online. Thanks very much. Welcome back to the next session. We have a very interesting panel, this time physically present, which makes it technically more attractive, to put it mildly. Apologies again for that. We have Mr. Leszek Konsek from the ING Poland. I hope I pronounce your name
perfectly.
Yeah, okay, great. Konrad Czapiewski from PAN, or yeah, okay, the Repair Horizon 2020 project, and Ralf Koekoek. That's an easy name for me.
Yes.
Welcome, Ralf, as well, from Blue 50 organization. Before we go to the panel, we will have a quick glance at the results of our poll. And the question was, which of the below products would you not buy if it were recycled? And that's quite an interesting...
Exactly, so it seems like you don't mind to buy a recycled product. Maybe the biggest concern is regarding electronic devices, yes? So that you could have some doubts about to buy it as a maybe, no, fully or 70% recycled.
Which is also reflected in the response.
Exactly.
Right.
So thank you very much for the voting, because I think it's also a very interesting answer which we collect here. And let's go to our first speaker, Pan Leszek Konsek is ING Poland, bank which becoming more and more sustainable, responsible, and really recently produced a report even about the circular economy. And I think that financing is also a key in the circular economy, because when we change business model, we have to also think how to change the financing of our everyday operation. So it's not anymore that I just produce and sell and I have all income, that it must be spread in time as well. And if banks are prepared for that, let's hear from Leszek Konsek from ING.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, glad to be here physically, you know, and not so many of the participants, speakers did not have such a chance. You gave a very nice title to our session, How to Make It Happen, or Making Transition to Circular Economy Happen. Because it's we know where we want to be, We see, let's call it a green future in a couple of decades. But we know that today we are very far from that situation. So the key issue is how to change our situation from this, not sustainable model, linear model, to the circular model, which is, as provided, as proved by the scientific evidence. We are living in a world which is not sustainable. Okay, today, because we are so pressed by the pandemic, I think we tend to tell a sad story, a bit pessimistic. And so while wondering what to tell you today, I thought I will try to balance. Say a few words which are in line with this mood, it's a pandemic mood, that things are about to collapse, but also I will give some light, shed some light. There's a light in the tunnel.
Glad to hear it.
Okay, so you gave me a big task in this introduction. I will not respond to all questions, but I will try to make this broader picture. I'm a macroeconomist by education, by profession, so I will give you this big picture, but also point some obstacles, what prevents us from the implementation of circular economy, and also tell a few words about banks and what banks are doing in this whole story. Okay, so I will not spend too much time with the first message, which is that a bit confirmation of what you heard today, that there are various circular business models, and we love. I use this chart, which was already utilized before by one of your speakers, showing how the product the value is created while producing a product, then what is done during its use and post-use phase. Yeah? So we have this basic systematization of circular business models. They can be at various stages of the supply chain, starting from the circular supplies, taking care about relying on renewable resources, for example, making good use of natural resources, but also at the later stages, during, when the materials or products utilized come back to the production process, for assembly, for remanufacturing, for refurbishment, for recycling, and combination can be downcycling, upcycling. You can do various things. I think that the overarching model, and this is quite obvious observation, is this product as a service, model, which is actually valid for every stage in supply chain. You can do this product as a service at supplies at the very early stage, but you can also imagine, during the product use naturally, but at every stage of this circular supply chain, you can use this kind of model. The idea is about not having things, but using things and paying a fee for that. And naturally, this is also relevant, very important for the financial sector, how to provide funding for this kind of business activity. I will skip this chart and will not repeat things. Everything is fine with the screen. I will not talk much about the benefits of the circular model, but generally we can distinguish between those monetary, when business makes sense and pays off to the provider, and this is something a relevant business case. But also with circularity, naturally there are non-monetary benefits, and like limited use of natural resources, less pressure on the environment. So these things can also be monetized. You know, there are different methods to do that. Today, as of today, as a general observation, we don't have this valuation, non-monetary valuation of environmental, quality. This is changing. It's also related to the incomes. So more richer societies appreciate the value of clean environment, but we believe this will change in the future. Positive message for Poland, circular economy. There's a big scope for improvement, and we can compare it to the energy transformation. And if we do that, we find it much easier than energy transformation. This is simply because Poland, as I would say, catching up economy, emerging market, we still do not, per capita, do not generate that much waste as in, let's say, Western Europe. Actually, according to Eurostat data, Poland is, among the least, number two as far as size of amount of waste generated per capita. And the lowest generation is in Romania, second one is in Poland. So this is, we are not yet there in the situation when there is a lot of waste per capita. And so it's a good time today to somehow think about changing our behaviors, because we see that these statistics are growing, were growing in the recent years. And if we don't do anything on this front, we will end up in a few years like Western Europe. Well, there are hurdles to implement circular economy, and there are more details on my slides, but some economic basic hurdle is that I already mentioned that this environmental aspects, environmental cost is not priced. Yeah? So it's actually today it pays off, better pays off to produce using, let's call it general linear model than circular. Yeah? It's, so there is, some sort of a apparent obvious need for policy intervention to make some sort of you already talked about that in the morning. The level it's about equalizing the competitive situation. So the environmental aspects need to be priced in. Okay, I will go quickly because I want to tell you a few words about the role of the bank in particular. We need to be very patient with this screen.
But do you think that banks are ready?
No, banks are well, they can catalyze change. Yeah? So it's more question, I think, to the business community, to sectors, producers, from because if the tangible business plans, the bank will support them. Yeah? So the banks also, naturally, they are ready. We also invest significant resources in learning more about this issue. You mentioned about the report on 8 myths on circular economy in Poland. I think on this front, it's also important to somehow, let's put it, let's call horse a horse. Yeah? It's different things are not necessarily. It works in both directions, because some things which are not circular are called circular, and on the other way around, sometimes things which are in line with this concept of circularity are not necessarily emphasizing this part. So I think the banks do keep up the pace. Yeah? It depends more on whether businesses, where the firms are ready to go this direction, and the banks are naturally open to support this agenda.
For example, I want to start a new business like sustainable circular business. I need money. Mm-hmm. I come to you and I say, okay, I have a great idea. This is very good sustainable idea. It will be pro or cons? Or you will be willing to borrow me money, lend me money, or not?
And that person would also say that the European Investment Bank and the European Union has made available extra funding also through the banking system to help this change and to help this entrepreneurial spirit come up. So what would you then
in
respond?
the second situation, the bank role is more like a transmitter. Yeah? The risk is on the side of the development organizations, like, well, which have a mandate, let's call it a green mandate, to support this agenda. You mentioned about the EIB or EBRD, other development organizations. So in this case, but what's definitely tricky is the engagement of banks on commercial basis. Yeah? So referring to your direct question, would you be, if I tell you I'm circular, it's not enough to tell me. Yeah? It's, you somehow need to
I have prepared better business plan.
Because it's a risk. I think the banks need to, taking into account this, longer time perspective, the different cash flows associated with circularity, smaller payments, but for the longer time. I have on my slide also a list of risks which are associated with this type of models, but there are also ways to somehow take these risks into account and provide, I would say, fair assessment of your business proposal.
Could I have some incentive, for example, from the bank that my idea is? Well, you should think about it.
ING, we have an incentive if you go for so-called eco loan, the part of the margin is lowered based on your performance. Yeah? So if it's not enough for us that you promise. Yeah? If you prove it after, I don't know, a year, that indeed you reach some energy savings, then it can affect your payments can be lower. So
we are on the way.
And Agnieszka, I need to cut this interesting conversation short because we have some other speakers as well. We will make your presentation available if that's okay for you, because there's some very interesting information in it on the risks and how to make it, what the hurdles are, and what the banks could do to manage the risks. So that's quite interesting information. We will share it. Next on our list is Mr. Konrad Czapiewski from the Repair Horizon 2020. Well, you're working for the Institute of Geography and Spatial Planning of Polish Academy of Science. So we have a scientist, we have a researcher here, which is great, I think, because as we said in the beginning, data, you mentioned indicators, Agnieszka, the importance of that. I mean, a target is worth nothing without the data to monitor and evaluate progress. So, and actually, I think that your product actually does so. 2 days ago, there was an online conference presenting the results of your multi-annual project. It's always risky to have a researcher because they have so many details in their head that so I hope that you can make it short and snappy for us. But please go ahead. Yeah. I'm very interested to hear your...
Thank you very much for the invitation and introduction here. As you said, I am the scientist and affiliated in the Polish Academy of Sciences, and it is really out of my comfort zone, to be on the business conference. But I treat it as, of course, as a challenge, and those who are going out of the comfort zones they are developing. So I'm happy about it, but I treat it as a success of our project, which was the Horizon 2020 project Repair, founded by the European Commission, and this is the research and innovation action. So it is it was the consortium. It is the consortium of 18 institutions, and only 7 of them were the scientific institutions. Rest of them were some private companies or the self-governments, municipalities. So it was really a mixture of the theory and practice. Yeah. Right. And I am the representative of that project. It was led by the Technical University of Delft, and as I said, it was the composition of 18 partners from seven countries, and the topic of our project was like transition from the waste management to circular economy. And I would like to start with such a idea that when we have started writing the project proposal for the European Commission, it was 2014. In Poland, the term circular economy was almost unknown. It was for us also difficult to understand, the concept of that project, that the topic, the scope, the main aims. And now we are in 2020, and I am representing the repair on the business conference concerning the circular economy. So 6 years and very long long paths was done, And when doing that research in Poland, I have observed how the understanding the term of circular economy, the understanding the idea of circularity was growing up. I wouldn't, in that short presentation, I wouldn't like to concentrate on, of course, on the all results of the project, because as you said, it was presented 2 days ago, but all of the results are available on our webpage, h2020repair.eu. But I would like to tell a little bit about the things which can be applied in the business or in the regional development. So as I said, it was the project dealing in the whole Europe, and we made a project on the 6 cases, but it is not so important at that moment. But 6 cases, 6 cities from different circular economy level of development were chosen, And so the main aim was to develop something which will be applicable. So it is the geodesign decision support environment. So it is the software. It is actually the software, the IT software, which can be now. It is free of charge because the project funding was the European Union money. So all the things that are the outcomes of such a project are freely available to general public. So in the project there was created a software that I want to tell a little bit more now about. But what was the beginning? What was the starting point? Starting point was, as you said, mapping the system, mapping the waste flows, putting the waste flows in the real space, because usually it is treated as in a spatial elements. But the waste is generated somewhere, it goes somewhere, it has its composition, and knowing such information, knowing how the flows looks like, can help also business to think where to locate their business, how to utilize the possibilities of such and not different compositions of the waste flows in a specific place. So there was a questions, what are the flows in the regions, what is the quality of materials, and so on. And we have made this as the basis for this software, activity-based spatial material flow analysis. So there was a location of economic activities, actors which are producing the waste, but also the households. There was then the identification of the flows, in terms of also morphology of that flows. If better the data, the better results we have. So for example, in Netherlands, in Amsterdam, we know how the flows of coffee beans look like. And for example, in Poland, we do not have such a data, so it depends on the elements. So now then we have the flows, and all of this is digitally digitalized. So here are just the graphs for our case studies. You see that they look different. It depends on the quality of data and the system itself. It's really also important that the governance element is totally different in all the cases. It is also the cultural habits of the inhabitants and social behavior. It comes out as a very important element. So we can see the different graphs, and what is this geo-design support environment? It is the hands-off, insightful, interactive, actor-specific spatial online tool. It is really online. It can be used freely. And what is important, it's from the co-exploring flows and space, so the element that is in situ, status quo, we can go further with some solutions how to improve that system if we see it's not looking good. So we can have, after co-exploring phase, we can have
we have to go smoothly to the end of the presentation. Yes. We have many questions to your project.
It's going smoothly because I wanted just to show that phases. So there is a co-decision phase, co-design phase. So we are involving all the actors interested in that topic, or it can be also different topic. In the participatory process.
But I think the municipalities was your partners, yes?
Yes,
municipalities. And how they was open for that, and how can take out of this project?
You know, it was a very interesting observation that, for example, in Poland and in Hungary, mostly public institutions were interested in cooperation with us in that project. Yeah, so we do not have any problems when we're organizing a work.
Why you think?
Why? I think it was, they feel they are somehow also obligated to participate in it, and also want to learn something new about the circular economy, the terms which appear in Poland and was appeared in some governmental documents. So when they hear that there is a project about it, and we are invited that municipalities or regions in the research phases, they came very, very freely.
Because what you show us, it seems for me very complicated, and I also took part in some Horizon 2020 project, but what I can take as, for example, a company?
Yeah, good question. I had the same. If a business comes to you and said, okay, this is very interesting, it's very informative, instructive.
Yes.
Although the reliability of the data is somewhat a concern or maybe something to improve on.
Yes.
What can I take from your system or from your software?
How it can help me?
Yeah, actually, it can help. It is really dedicated in 90% for the self-government, for the regions, for municipalities. Yeah, so they can try to organize their governance system on the area that is under their let's say control.
But managing the waste?
Managing the waste, but it can be the managing of flows of people, of traffic. Yeah, waste is as an example here. Yeah, because it was
the way I would translate it also is that if you have a more science-based decision making on a regional, governmental or municipal governmental level, that is in the interest of business as well. So basically, there's an indirect attraction or opportunity for business.
The governance, the municipality, the city council can, when they have a very detailed knowledge about the flows and the solutions, they can build a strategy and attract business in just say, look, we have a big production of waste in such a category of waste, and there are some technology for utilizing that waste as resources. So we have the land, we have the legislation, we have the strategy. So please come. We are open for the cooperation. Yeah. So in terms of the application, it is really dedicated for the better governance of the territory.
So thank you very much. So now it's time for Ralph Kukuk, if I pronounce it well.
Yes, very well.
Thank you, Mark. So Ralph, representing company Blue 50, he has a degree in chemistry and business administration, and in 2015 he started Blue 50 to contribute to the development of circular and climate neutral society. So what does it mean, Ralph? And what your company actually doing?
Yes, thank you, Agnieszka. Well, let me tell. So, as Blue 50, and I see that something is wrong with this screen here. I hope
I thought it was design.
No, it was not. But this one is already a bit better. So as Blue 50, as the name says, we we want to contribute to creating a circular and climate neutral 2050 in Europe and specifically in Poland. So here in Krakow, we have a team of 10 young, very enthusiastic and dedicated people that are where we are representing several mainly Dutch companies on the Polish market. And it's really great to work with such a team because they have the age and they are from the generation that they can really see this complete transition from where we are now towards a circular economy in 2050 happen, and they can contribute to it. As I mentioned, we are representing several Dutch companies on the Polish market. The topic of this forum is, how to make such a transition happen. So I'll try to make it quite practical. I would like to discuss two ecosystems that we are active in, where we're trying to contribute. The first one is in the healthcare. Let me push the button again to see if it moves to the next slide. Yeah, there it is. In healthcare, for instance, we are representing a Dutch company, Pharma Filter, which has developed a very unique waste management and water management technology. If you look at a hospital and the sewage of a hospital, there are a lot of medicine, pharmaceuticals in the sewage that you would like to take out because you don't want these pharmaceuticals to end up in the river, to end up in the sea, and to pollute the environment and the fishes over there. So they have come up with a technology, a water treatment technology, to treat the water in hospitals, to clean the water, to purify it, that you can actually reuse it again. But then to make that transition really happening, you need to have a business case, because otherwise the bank will not finance such a facility. So in order to make it economically feasible, they came up with a great idea to take the medical waste inside the hospital, to shred that inside the hospital, to transport it to the same treatment facility, and to also treat the waste over there. And therefore they have huge savings on the transport inside the hospital. And after the waste is treated, you have non-medical waste, and that saves a lot of money in your disposal costs. And in that combination, they make it possible for a hospital to treat their own waste and water on site, and then to use the water again in the hospital, and to be the waste to be used for recycling as non-medical waste. So that is a very practical example. We're representing this company here on the Polish market, where we're actually in discussions with several hospitals now to introduce this system here in Poland. When we talk about trying to get to a circular economy 2050, it's not only about circularity, but we also want to strive towards resource efficiency and renewable energy. And we think in the end, if we want to reach the goals in 2050, it's really about the different elements. And so one other example, we're representing a Dutch company also in hospitals that have, it's on the safety side more, that has a unique Legionella system to fight Legionella in hospitals, especially relevant in these COVID times. But that also allows to reduce the water temperatures in hospitals from 62 degrees to below 50 degrees. And that represents a huge savings in energy costs, in heating the building, and therefore in fuels. And that is also another company that we represent here and have implemented in several hospitals this system. Then if you look at this, then, a hospital is relatively a small ecosystem. If we would take it one step further, then I would like to go back. The food and agriculture sector, we're also active in this sector. And if you want to go to circularity and climate neutrality in this sector, you have much more interactions between the different industries. So you have a farmer that is producing its crops that he sells to the food industry, or as feed for animal feeding. And you have the food industry that has food waste and that can be produced in a digester, producing renewable electricity and making digested as a fertilizer for the farmer. So there are a lot of interactions in this food and agriculture. And with the help of several Dutch partners, we're really trying also to make this sector more circular and resource efficient. One of the examples is a Dutch company, AgroCares. They have developed a unique scanner technology to use infrared sensor technology to determine the nutrients in the soil. And that way you can make sure that the soil remains healthy. It was recently published also by the EU that 75% of the soils in Europe are not considered healthy. 25% of the soils even have the risk of desertification, given the climate change. So it is of a high priority to really take care of our soils. And one of the things this technology can do is to measure carbon content in the soil. And by storing carbon in the soil, we can offset a lot of CO2 emissions that we as humans have. So there's a lot of potential in that area. We're also representing a company that is selling small windmills for farmers. So if we look at resource efficiency, we really try also to go to renewable electricity on the farm in offering them a small windmill in combination with solar to get independent from the grid.
Rolf, I need to break in here, otherwise we'll run out of time. Of course, it's free for people, audience, but also us to continue asking also outside of this meeting, because it's extremely interesting what you all have to share with us in a nutshell. Why don't we just go straight to the questions of the audience, because otherwise we don't have time for that. And I really want to feed in some questions from the audience. So, Hubert, do we have questions?
Yes, we have lots of them. The first one, how are banks going to help SMEs who want to go for circular business models and sustainability? Banks typically still think in a linear way, not taking into account the sustainability aspect. Can they look beyond profits?
So, Leszek, that's the SME question. Basically, it's a question that Agnieszka...
That's what we're discussing.
Yeah.
Okay, the question was general, addressed to to the bank overall, and this is true that as of today, indeed, this short-termism is in place, rather than longer perspective. The profits are made on everyday, operations. Even right now we are talking, and the banks are making money. But this is changing. This is changing for the various reasons. First, the consumer is changing, and our clients are changing. Our clients do not want only us to make money. Our clients want us to be aware of these, I would say, societal needs, and to take climate change, sustainable development into account. Well, I'm probably one of the first sustainable development economists employed by the commercial bank in Poland, if not the only one so far. So this is, I'm a proof of this change. And second, there's an ongoing regulatory agenda, and called sustainable finance. So, and this started or was somehow accelerated during the Paris meeting, where Paris agreement and various initiatives, where the banks, or some banks, not yet the overall the whole sector, decided to engage more actively. The banking sector, financial sector, is not meant anymore to somehow wait and somehow passively accommodate to the behavior of firms. We need to react actively. One of our measures at the ING was, for example, already in 2015, we decided not to finance anymore the energy coal, the coal used for coal-fired power plants. So like a self-constraint. We want to promote more, I would say, renewable energy. We want to promote more, naturally, the circularity, the circular economy.
Yeah. But if you have a circular business model as an SME, would you have an advantage and would you have more chance of getting a loan, for example, from a bank like ING or not? That's basically the question that I also hear.
Well, we are working with SMEs. Yeah, this is a dedicated segment in the bank in charge of small and medium enterprises. And actually, you know, in circularity, this is a big concept. But if this business model is probably meant more like quite specific activity, you know, dedicated, well defined. So we are, I think, in SMEs, I see a big potential for project-based financing. Like we are to promote, rather than the activity of the whole company, to promote some change in behavior, in practice, which I think when the somehow numbers add up. And we know the concept. We know what the circular economy is about, and I'm quite open to. I think this cooperation can happen. Yeah?
Thank you
Make it happen.
Hubert, do we have any more questions?
A question for Ralph, maybe. Because agri sector is also quite an interesting sector.
Very much, I would say.
I think this is a question for Ralph. How to optimize the cooperation between circular businesses, local and central governments, and the society? Where should the circular change start?
Good one.
Well, it's a very good question. It's also a complicated question to answer. And I think, you know, what I like about the question is that I think it's spot on that you know, it's not only the business. You know, you need to have the business, you need to have the society, and you need to have the government. And it's really the interaction of those three, you know, to make things happen. And, you know, whether it is, you know, the individual a customer that starts, it's the business or it's the government, I don't think doesn't matter in the end too much, as long as, you know, when you move forward, the other parties join the initiative, because, you know, these kind of things you can only do, you know, if you work together from all the different perspectives.
And what is do you agree with the potential that Poland has? Because that is, I read another quite interesting, if not shocking, statistic, is that about 2/3 of waste in Poland comes from, let's say, mining and coal-powered electricity production, etc. So there's also a huge, as you said also, Leszek, there's a lot of room for improvement. What is your, as your company, Blue 50, do you see the potential in Poland?
Yeah, we see a lot of potential. You know, if you make a snapshot of the economy now and the resources that Poland is using, and, you know, you make a virtual snapshot of where we need to be in a circular and climate neutral 2050, I think it will be very obvious the huge challenge that we all have ahead of us, but also the huge opportunities that we have ahead of us. So I think it's, you know, it's a great.
Ahead of you, ahead of us. That's
of us. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, no, thanks, Anna.
If you burn a lot of coal, there is also a lot of ash.
Waste, yeah, definitely.
So that's obvious. But what's more important is the statistics on municipal waste, because this is more, I would say, precious waste. Something what can be, when you recycle it, when it's properly segregated, and you can, the companies can really make a good business out of it. And I think Dutch companies are very strong in that. Yeah?
So last question, yes, Hubert.
The last question is actually quite general. Has the pandemic taught us anything on sustainable consumption? Do we need as many goods and services as we previously thought? Can we sustain a lower consumption level in the long term?
Level of consumption. Can we lower it? Can we adjust our own behavior, or do we need incentives? What is? Who wants to take on this question?
If I may add some answer to the previous one, I think also the crucial element in this that triangle that was asked is the public awareness of the circularity. It was from our research in all those 6 countries, it came as a crucial element that even in such a countries as Netherlands, also the awareness of people of circularity idea is crucial. And in some countries, like in Poland or in Hungary, but also in Germany, the punishment of not be so circularity works in the best way. Yeah? And answering to that question, I think if you can see the consumption of the plastic bags those days, those months during the pandemic, I think it stops a little bit the circularity thinking. Maybe the consumption goes down, but you know, you can always develop some ideas, higher ideas, for example, in the triangle of Maslow, when the economy goes well, yeah. So when the economy goes well, you can think about culture, about other higher ideas, and also about the environment. But when the economy is going down, those higher ideas are going down. So now we can see the consumption of the plastic bags, of the plastic gloves, of everything which is not circular is going up. So the pandemic, I think, stops circularity thinking.
Yeah, there's various way of
positive point.
Yeah, positive point. And please with the positive point. Yes.
No, there's a new edition of a report called Ziemianie atakują. The Earth inhabitants are attacking. Well, free translation. I heard about it a few weeks ago. The consumer, post-pandemic, became even more sensitive about environmental issues. It's not this decline in consumption due to the pandemic is like out of fear. It's forced, but I think the society, Polish society, and this is based on the poll, with proper representation. I saw the results of this. Projects saying that they care more about the environment. At least they declare that this is about, you know.
And there's a lot of criticism, or maybe there's some criticism on the circular economy roadmap presented by the Polish government, because it's maybe not concrete or ambitious enough. But one element, I think, also in line with what you said, Konrad, is that there's seem to be a lot of investment in public awareness, awareness raising, information exchange, creating platform, etc.
We have to get to the end.
Okay, we have to get to the end. Sorry. I'm rambling. All right, but thank you very much.
I agree. But do you want to ask the poll question?
No, go ahead.
Yes?
I've been talking too much anyway.
So the question for the poll, so we invite you during the short break to go there and vote. How much would you be willing to pay extra for a product that is fully biodegradable? 5%, 10%, maybe 30%, 50%, or maybe 100% more. So see you soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello again. So we are at the next session, which we're calling Starting and Scaling Up Circular Business. We have two speakers today, Eva Arts, Waterweg, and Mr. Naviet Tavakolis, Eco Europe. Very interesting, super circular case studies. So we'll hear about in a second. And actually, the scaling up, it's a biggest problem in circular economy, because this is great innovation, great technologies, great products sometimes, but it's difficult to really build, expand and build a scale. So we will discuss during this session, is it possible? And our first speaker, it's Eva Arts. Eva, with her colleague.
Should we not first do the poll, because people are burning to know the answer, of course.
So do we know the answers?
Ah, there they are.
Yes.
I am really curious to know.
So 50%, they say? Yeah, I think. Yeah, 50,
it says that
30, 50.
People are ready to pay 30% extra. That is the majority.
So it's quite a lot, actually.
And the others, well, no one wants to pay 50%. So that's a bridge too far, as we say in Dutch.
Okay.
But
it's funny.
anyway, it's quite interesting. All right. Eva, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes,
Great.
I hear you very well.
Great to have you online, and also on short notice, because we just not so long ago asked you to present your experience here. I got some elements from your website, which is, by the way, fantastic. I would encourage everyone to look at it. You and your partner Wies van Lieshout are a team of dreamers and doers, and you have very different backgrounds. And I also noticed that you say that you want to actually realize the circular economy. So there's already sort of an opinion there that it's not always happening. So this is the actually. So you have the floor. What have you been doing?
Perfect. What we have been doing is that we have been using dredge as a waste stream, and we're developing water permeable tiles out of that dredge.
Sludge, mud.
Sludge, yeah. So it's the mud from the bottom of. And what we do, I can start the presentation, I think.
Please do.
Is that what we want to do is that we want to use all the dredge there is and connect that to the building industry. So dredge is the mud from the bottom of rivers, and right now it's not used for anything, while we believe it's a valuable building material. So our ambition is to connect that dredge sector to the building industry, building sector. I think yes. So what we make out of that dredge is a water permeable tile. So it's a tile that has an open structure. So when it rains a lot, that means the water is able to permeate into the ground. So you see in cities, and mostly Dutch cities, but I think cities all over the world, around 90%, 95% of cities are paved completely. That means water is not able to go into the ground, it's only able to go into the sewing system. At the same time, there's a lack of sustainable building materials, and there are very few sustainable building options. So when we saw this problem of being a ton of Dutch in the Netherlands, we said, okay, let's connect it to creating paving that is completely circular, but also climate adaptive. So we have a solution for future-proof cities that is not polluting. I think I have a problem with, yeah. So this is one of the first tiles that we're making. These don't have an open structure yet, so they're not water passing yet, but they're just very normal bricks. And in actually realizing that circular economy, we started by doing design. The design part comes after, but we believe a very strong design is necessary. So how that tile would work is that it has an open structure. So when it rains, it's able to go through the spaces into the earth. And what we're doing right now is that we're doing a pilot for the municipality of Rotterdam and actually upscaling. So this is the first production with a factory where we have around 15,000 kilos of dredged mud that we're making into 200 to 300 square meters of paving. And now we are actually testing, okay, how are all these small steps that we have to take to make a building material, how can we do that on a big scale, and what partners do we need and who do we need? Yes. Oh, it's going too fast. Yeah, so how we approach is actually realizing is by focusing on all types of aspects of the scaling up process. So we look at upscaling, we look at getting certifications, the quality of the product, all types of life cycle analysis. And what we do is that every time we finish a project, we want to show what we've done by putting it somewhere out in the open. And by that trying to inspire others, but also learning from what we're doing. I think it takes some time sometimes to go to the next slide. Yeah, oh, that's too fast. Yes. Okay, so what you said before, yes, we're a we both have a very different background. First of all, I have a background in economics, which has nothing to do with creating paving. But sometimes you have to do something that's a bit weird in order to achieve something that you do believe in, which is circular economy for me. But we studied product design, so she knows a lot about designing products and materials and also processes. My background is more in the economics and business side of it, but in the end, you're trying to connect different partners to each other to realize something. So it's not as weird as it might seem at first. And what you may also see is that we're both very young and working in an industry that's sometimes quite conservative, but we also see that is what's working quite well at the same time, because we enter an industry where people, we are odd basically, but that means we question everything, and that means people have to think about the processes that exist right now, and it also means you're more open and freer to think in different possibilities. So that's why we still stick with the idea we want to use a resource from our waterways and connect it to a problem that happens in our cities and solve that with a circular climate adaptive product. So that's very sure what we do. And I can imagine you have questions, so shoot.
Yeah, well, thanks very much. I don't know if it's because of your age that you're young that the connection is so good, but it is remarkable that this one really works. So thank you for that.
Perfect.
But, yeah, you're the economist, so I'll ask you, well, two questions. One is, are you breaking even? It's a bit of a rhetorical question, but are you breaking even, and when do you expect to make a profit on this? That's the first. And the second, and that's not because of, I think that sludge from Rotterdam, my hometown, is the best. But what did it also take you time to convince your partners and your customers, potential customers, of the quality? How have you done that? And maybe connected to that is also a more general question, like what is the biggest hurdle that you encountered in setting up or scaling up? If you may make a selection of all these challenges, which one would you choose?
I think I'll start with your last question. I think the biggest hurdle is, interestingly, the fact that dredge and sludge is different everywhere. So the dredge that you find here in Rotterdam is very different than the dredge you'll find in Warsaw, because there's different types of ground. So whenever we make a towel, you have to change the recipe a little bit. So you have to change the way you press it or the additives that you add to it. Eventually, what we want to do is that we want to move to a formula for a towel. So if there's a certain percentage of clay, you have to add a certain percentage of binder.
Okay.
What we find is that all our partners, they want to work with a dredge that is in their city. So
okay, really?
I was having a call yesterday with someone from Amsterdam, and he was saying, yeah, I love what you're doing, but you can't use a dredge for a project in Amsterdam. You can't use a dredge from Rotterdam. You cannot.
Well, there's a rivalry going on between the two cities, so I can imagine that.
But also the more circular aspect of it, it makes a lot more sense to use a dredge from Rotterdam to build in Rotterdam. Like I wouldn't want to move the dredge from Rotterdam to Warsaw to build something in Warsaw. So I think our goal is also within our business model is to use the dredge that's in a certain region and to also build the product in that same region. So you also keep your production process local. So yeah, I think that's also part of that circular economy, is that you keep what you're doing local and bound to a certain region. That's not going quite well yet because we're now producing with dredge from Rotterdam in the south of the Netherlands.
Okay.
But we have to start up somewhere. And breaking even, the economic aspect of it, we're not breaking even yet. What we're doing now is that we're mostly doing projects where we don't sell tiles yet, but we sell a project. So we basically say, okay, we'll deliver something for you, and you help us developing a solution. And I think what you see is that everyone wants to have a solution for this $1 million problem. So they're willing to invest a little bit. I think breaking even, we estimated it will take around 2 years.
Okay.
Before we break even.
But
that's okay. Sorry.
Who you want to be your customer? Like the main customer, like municipalities or?
Yeah, contractors. So big
players.
Big players, yeah. So that will mean, for example, a big contractor that in Rotterdam, in the north of Rotterdam, they're now building a whole new neighborhood, and that's around 15,000 houses, and that whole neighborhood has to be paved. And a contractor already asked, do you want to pave that for us? And these are the interesting type of projects for us. But right now we can't promise anything because we don't have a fully certified product yet. But that would be the type of projects that would be interesting.
It's so great to hear.
Because you need skill.
Yeah, you need skill. I can imagine. How about pricing? Well, you're obviously not, or are you there yet to do that? And what is it comparison to the normal tile?
Yeah, so I think it's actually funny because we did the poll you just had, we did the same research 2 years ago, and then people told us they're willing to pay 20% more.
Right.
And I think that's that's our target.
That's a B2B option. So I think a B2 customer is willing to pay more than a B2B consumer.
Okay, in that case,
we also have
customers.
So that's why you.
I think switch to the next speaker.
Yeah.
Maybe you can introduce.
Hello, hello, Navid.
Thank you very much, Eva.
Hello, Navid from Ecor company. Navid is activator, enabler, system thinking, logistic, manufacturing, highly motivated about circular economy. And actually, I heard your case study a few weeks ago during one webinar, and I really found it super interesting, multidimensional, and to show how we really can close the circle in a systemic way. So please tell us more about it.
Yeah, hello. So my name is Navid. I'm a business developer for Ecor. I've been listening all day, so I'm going to try to speak a little bit slower because I know that the connection might be lost every now and then.
So far, thanks.
Don't mention that.
So far, so good. For today, I have set a little bit of an agenda. It's a little bit different than the presentation I had before, Agnitsa, because you asked me what are the challenges in starting and scaling business. So tailored a little bit around that. I'm going to tell you a little bit first about our company, what it is, what we are doing. And then I'm going to share some lessons which we have learned in the starting phase as well in the scaling phase we are currently in. But first, let me start on what we are doing and what Ecor is. So you'll see already a little bit of the panel products we have in the background. But for me, everything Ecor is represented in this picture. And it's actually also very close to nature. So what you see in this picture is there are trees standing there, there are grass fields. And all those nature products contain nature fibers. And nature fibers are mainly cellulose fibers. We use those cellulose fibers as a building material to make a panel, a structural panel, which can be a replacement for a MDF or a wood chip board. But different than from the regular linear MDF panels, we use the geyser in the middle, the water, the pressure, and the heat to compress those fibers into a structural board. And the advantage is that we can use any waste fiber which contains cellulose, but by using only water, pressure, and heat, these panels now become recyclable. So we don't only use a waste stream, we can reuse it or recycle it over and over again. And as it's only nature fiber, it can also be cascaded in a bionutrient loop. So it's both recyclable and biodegradable. This technology has been developed over the last 10 to 15 years using the cradle-to-cradle design protocol. And basically what you get is these types of panels. So we source our panels from 3 different sources. This is what we source in the urban environment. These are panels made out of old cardboard and paper, which you find in the city, or textiles. This is made out of jeans. But we can also source it from food industry, such as the spent coffee grains and the spent brewer's grains, which comes out of the beer brewing industry. And obviously in agricultural systems, such as rice husk, the remainder of the rice harvest, and grasses. And every panel we produce upcycles about 2.5 kilos of material into a square meter of panel. Now, as it's such a uniform product, you can make all types of projects and products out of it. So we use it in the signs and in the displays, in the merchandising industry to have a offtake, and a little bit further down the road in the furniture and the interior design industry. We specifically are not focusing yet on the built environment. We see a huge opportunity there, but as Eva already explains, that comes with a whole lot of additional certifications. So we have chosen the low-hanging fruits where we can already make a significant impact. Just to give you an idea, the EU furniture industry discards over 1 million tons of furniture every year. So that's already quite some significant impact you can make there. Now, this is where we started out with. So we have a circular panel and we have a technology that can convert a waste stream into a structure panel with all these types of applications. Now, when we started out to be a mission-driven entrepreneur. So we focused our route to market around our mission. We set a goal. We want to do more good in the world instead of less bad. That's where the product also was developed for. To store carbon in our fibers, to have a healthy, non-toxic panel with no VOCs off-gassing, which can be recycled over and over again. And we built our partnerships around this mission. So what we do is we push a vision that will pull the demand instead of pushing the product. So to give you an example, we look for partners who have the same mission and ambitions as we do. One of those partners is, for example, Schiphol, which has a zero waste target and a zero emission target for 2030. And then we say, well, we might be able to help you because we have these panels and we can make all types of interior elements, decorate your terminals, your shops, etc., etc. And then Schiphol will ask to use these products through their contractors. So there we get the demand pool. We push on the vision. Let's set a high ambition with zero toxins in the product, with 100% circularity, and then pull the demand throughout the supply chain. And that's where we built our partnerships around. What we have also learned along the way is it does not only work when building relationships outside of the organization. It's also a really good driver for my colleagues and I to give everything we got every day for the organization. So it's a very beneficial way to attract talent into your company. And we were working with a really great group of people in trying to accomplish our ambitions. Then the second thing is when you start to become on the market, circularity can't be done in solitude. So what we've done is we built a couple of communities to help us along the way. We knew how to make these types of materials, but we needed, for example, people who were creative to make products out of it. So we saw the presentation of Kulu, for example, this morning. That's specifically a type of organization we would be happy to collaborate with. So we are reached out to designers to make the first products out of Eker to show what can be done and also to learn what can be done, how it reacts when you saw it, when you laser cut it, when you bend it, and so on and so on. And on the other side, we built a community of experts and partners which kept pushing us to raise the bar when it comes to circularity. So we work close with the University College London. We have been part of the Ellen MacArthur CE100. We are obviously part of the Cradle to Cradle group, and we are Cradle to Cradle certified. And these communities help us. And it's very, we find it very beneficial to be working with these communities because it's a way to learn from each other, but it's also really fun to work with all these different peoples and to share the fun and to share the joint accomplishments you're making. Now, when going further and once you're beyond that startup stage and you're scaling up, yes, it's fun to do business with a startup thing goes a little bit away, and you need more credibility to become to the market. And that credibility we find comes from different angles. Obviously, there is credibility found in certifications, in ISO certification, so you can prove that you're building a quality product. Also in the Cradle to Cradle certification, where you prove your circularity. But it also comes with the flagship projects you have built in the past and the partnerships there. So for example,
Navid, could you a little bit conclude the presentation, because we also
and
we have few questions for you.
I have one more slide
Okay,
beyond this
sorry
one,
for
and
that,
then
but
we're
we
done.
have to be really rough here.
Sure. That's what happens when I talk slowly. So the credibility can be found in certifications, but also in partnerships. So we find also partnering with existing industry gives credibility to us as a startup going into a scale-up. And obviously also having a place to show for. So the fact that you can show the projects which you have done, the fact that you can show a factory and take people there, show your R&D center, that really contributes to your credibility.
Right.
And then lastly, in the financing, we have also a blended model. So we have a linear model when it comes to the sales of the panel. They can be bought right in. But we have a circular model when it comes in deploying our technology. We give our partners the opportunity to go through an innovation process with us and have a buy-in in a factory, so they become a part also of the value which is created in that factory and scaling up that factory. So they have an incentive for closing the loop as well, from buying from that factory, but also from supplying to that factory. So we have a joint mixed finance model when it comes in building these facilities and scaling those up worldwide. And that also accelerates our ability to scale up at a global stage.
Navid, can I break in here, because I see also Eva making notes. So Eva, do you have a question for Navid?
I think my first question, I was curious, how do you produce? Do you produce with a partner, or do you have your own factory?
Our first pilot factory has been developed by ourselves, so we have really learned that we really should invest ourselves. The second one is within where we are a minority shareholder, so that's with a partner. Okay. Yeah.
And no, because I'm asking because we are now working with a partner who produces, because we realize we don't know that we don't know a lot about factories. We just know a lot about the product. But I think it's always interesting to find how do you make this choice of doing it with a partner or doing it yourself, and what are the advantages and disadvantages of it.
Yeah, that's a good one. What we have experienced is that that the credibility lies with us in showing first that it is able to scale up before we could lock in any partners with us. So yes, we have used knowledge, for example, from engineering companies to help us in building it, but the capital needed to be raised by us ourselves, and we are 100% shareholder there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Good to know.
So talking about cooperation with Schiphol, I understand that you approached them, yes, with your idea, with your mission, and yes, is it true?
Well, it was actually a conference like this one. We were both part of the CE 100 of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and that's where we bumped into each other.
Okay.
And when you have like-minded people, they start sharing their knowledge because they all want to accelerate the circular economy, right?
Yes. So it means that this platform are really helpful actually as Polish circular hotspot or this Ellen MacArthur. So it helps also business to cooperate and develop. Yeah, and maybe
Navid, can I, because your approach to, let's say, potential competitors like Kulu, your remark just now on your openness to work together is remarkable. Is that, and I wonder sometimes whether this is also it's a cultural thing, maybe it's maybe also a generational thing. I have a different question, maybe the fact, Eva, for you, female entrepreneur, a young entrepreneur. Do you think it makes a difference in being an entrepreneur or being effective? It's a out of the box question, but does that make a difference?
Yeah, for sure. I think first of all, being part of networks is incredibly important when it comes to circular economy. But I think being a young female entrepreneur in this industry is weird, and I think that makes a difference. But I think if you're very clear about what was said before about having a vision, and if that's shared, that doesn't matter anymore. But I think what just helps for us is that we look a bit odd, and we're young, and we are sometimes we walk onto a construction site and people ask us, why are you here? And that gives a chance directly to tell your story and tell what you're doing. And I think that can help a lot of the times. Sometimes people look at you with a bit more skepticism, but I think many times it also just helps because you have the attention directly.
Okay, so thank you very much, because we ran out of time. So if there is a question, but I think we have no time to question now, but please, if you could answer via chat.
There's one question.
Yes, one question. Okay, so one question.
So the one question is, what are the advantages of circular SMEs? Is it the shorter innovation process, adaptability, motivated workforce, etc.?
Did you hear that? What is it to be? Are you more agile as an SME, as a startup, than as a bigger company or not? Or does it have advantages, disadvantages? And Navid?
100%.
Both has advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantages is you have less working capital, and sometimes you have to reinvent the wheel yourself. The advantages is obviously your flexibility. You're able to change quick and fast. So that's a big advantage. That's what I would say. Yeah. So your flexibility is your advantage. Your working capital, and sometimes your credibility might be one of your disadvantages.
So thank you very much. And so please, if you could enter Hopin, if you're already there, maybe. If there is some question for you, please chat with our audience. So thank you very much for being today with us. And I really like your examples, and I'm really happy to see such entrepreneurship, yes, and such young ladies doing so great job, yes. So congratulations to both of you, actually.
Yeah, do we have, thanks again. We'll go for a quick break, not without mentioning, of course, the possibility to answer another question, and which is, which sector in Poland do you expect to go circular fastest? So which has the greatest potential for circularity? Thank you very much, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back. After this very short break, I hope you had a good leg stretch. And we're now moving on to first the results of the poll. What was the poll again? It was about
the sectors,
the Polish potential in going circular and which sector might be developing fastest in that direction. And we had a couple of options, so food, fashion foods, furniture and interior, energy, construction and infrastructure. So many of you chose food, and then second was furniture. Maybe that was influenced also by the speakers.
It's a good news for Rico.
Yeah, because Rico, Kulu, but also Ecor quite clearly made that case. But also fashion goods was mentioned. So thanks for your feedback on that. So moving on to the next and final speaker of today. And you will introduce him.
Yes, now we have Freek van Eyck. And we know Freek for some time because actually he visited Poland for one of the first Circular Economy Congress, but under different a little bit umbrella about waste organization. Now, since few years, he's successfully running Holland Circular Hotspot. It is a platform organization which is supported by Dutch government. And we know each other with Freek for some time and we cooperate. So I'm really happy to have Freek here. He also supposed to come to Poland and it was last minute change. So what I also really regret. So hello Freek, do you hear us?
Hello Agnieszka. Apologies for not being here with you live. We have to make that up.
Yeah, but I understand
that you are her inspiration.
So. Yes, definitely. And Holland Circular Hotspot and everything what you're doing is a great job. Like you're running around the world and spread a message about circular economy. But I hope that you will tell us about it in a second. That circular economy it's not only European concept, but it's also developed in other continents, in other parts of the world. So Freek, please, could you share with us your presentation?
I will, with pleasure. I think the organization will prepare the slideshow for me. But let's say apologies, I'm not here with you live. I think that COVID-19 is to blame, but COVID-19 also has some good aspects. And that's that people have become, especially through the lockdown, they appreciate more clean air, good food. And I think that's very important because COVID-19 is a wake-up call, because we think COVID-19 is terrible, but wait for climate change and the impact. And we desperately need a circular economy approach and we need to scale it up fast. Now, it's a little bit sensitive, this slide. Well, a little bit about Holland Circular Hotspot. We are a platform that wants to connect to the world and wants to make circular economy happen. That makes no sense to make a circular island of the Netherlands if the rest of the world goes down the drain. We are a very open economy. So for us, it's vital that also Poland turns circular. We need you. We need everybody on board. And I think by collaborating as front runners, basically you have the biggest business opportunities. Now, what do we do exactly? We share best practices from business because in the end they are responsible for scaling up. We share the insights, the tools and the who is who from knowledge institutes, and the hard-learned lessons from governments on how to start a circular transition. So we always say in circular economy, it's not about copyright, it's about right to copy. Now, other things that we do is that we link circular economy to special topics. We are very fond of circular economy, but in other countries, climate change is far more dominant. And half of the emissions are related to resources, and half of those emissions can be avoided by going circular. We link circular economy to the topic of cities, because that's the place of action. That's where you have to be. We link it to the SDGs. There are so many SDGs, and really circular economy is a bottom-up force to make things happen. And we link it to value chains, like our recent report on circular textiles. That's truly a global business. So we talk about the challenges, how circular economy can help, and which best practices you have from the beginning to the end of the value chain. Well, one of the things I like most and very appropriate while being in the studio of Agnieszka is that we have built a network of circular economy hotspots in Europe and way, way beyond. And I think Holland Circular Hotspot, definitely the Polish Circular Hotspot and NOWO are key actors there to spread the word and organize events, share best practices and insights, and bring offer and demand together. We heard it from Acor in the previous presentation, and do advocacy of why it's so important. Because you have to see it like this. These are coalitions of the willing, these hotspots. So they are catalysts for the circular economy transition. So there's this African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And that's what we're doing. We're sharing and accelerating. Now, the slide always has a little lag. Circular economy is a system change, so we need companies to shift to circular business models, but at the same time we need governments to move to new societal models based around multiple value creation. I'm sure that Mr. Schuurman has mentioned this earlier this morning. So very closely from the traditional 3 R's, we have to go to 9 R's, not only recycle and recovery at the end, but also make and use products smarter by rethink and reduce, and keep products in circulation by reuse, repair, refurbish, remanufacture, and repurpose. Now, if you look to the graph on the right, if you stay in the brown dot at the bottom, you don't do anything, you will lose out. Look at the Volkswagen emission scandal, Chinese baby milk scandal. You have to start moving. And first you move with waste or with resources, and you try to make better use of it. But if you work alone, maybe you can influence 5% of your footprint. It's when you work with others down your value chain, with your suppliers and with your customers, then maybe you can move up to 50% or even more. But if you stay there, you just think about resources, you will lose out again, because there will be all kinds of new entrants with new models, digital and others. So it's about the transition, like learn fast and fail fast. Now, this beautiful picture, that's my country, the Netherlands, and actually we shouldn't exist. We are one of the most vulnerable deltas in the world, but still we managed. We are working together since the Middle Ages to keep our feet dry. You see beautiful tulip fields, but yeah, Holland being an agro-food superpower is also very environmentally sensitive, also because of these tulips, also because of cattle. And we don't have resources, so we had to keep our country livable and our economy vibrant. And for a country without resources, circular economy makes so much sense. And is that unique for the Netherlands? No. Think about the third economy of the world, Japan, or Taiwan, the 20th economy of the world. They don't have resources for energy or materials. So it's a very essential strategy in the world. Now, let's look how Holland managed. They said we really want to be fully circular in 2050 and halve the use of non-renewable resource by 2030. And you do that by focusing, then stakeholders can follow. So they have 5 priority sectors: agri-food, building and construction, plastics, manufacturing, consumer goods. But that's not enough. You also have to tweak the system. So it's working on regulatory sets. It's about the carrot and the stick. It's about new priorities for R&D. It's also about behavior change, how you and me, how we separate our waste, how we buy products. And it's about international collaboration. And actually, that's what we do. Now, it's not only Holland. Look at Europe. Europe is also a a resource poor continent. It has a huge but very connected internal market, which is key for Poland and for the Netherlands. And they have this ambition to be climate neutral in 2050. And a key pillar is the Circular Economy Action Plan. And this goes way further than you or I think. Because if you believe in circular economy or not, the regulatory changes will make it a reality. Circular economy will happen because of the path which has been set in motion. So it's about policy framework, about how we make and consume products. Eco-design, eco-label are part of it. It's about focusing again, keep product value chains, IT, packaging, plastic, textiles, etc., etc. It's the shift from waste to more circular activities, less waste, more value, but it's also about people and regions. So again, it's about job creation locally. It's about using the momentum in cities. And it's horizontal issues, how climate and circular economy are related. It's leading global efforts. Think about plastic bags, incorporating circular economy and sustainability in trade agreements. And if you want to manage something, you have to measure it. So there is such an amount of action in Europe going on, and that's a very good thing for us. But key will always be businesses, because in the end they invest, they innovate, they take risk, and they are the main actors for scaling up. And they should do that, because business as usual is not an option. But if you use, for instance, more digital platforms, you will get more revenue. If you give something a second, a third, or fourth life, then you create more value. And by working together, you create less risk. And the start is always using less waste or less energy, less resources, because that's less cost. So it makes so much sense for business. Now, let's move to some examples from the business sides. And I want to give two examples. One is the plastic value chain. Well, seriously, plastic is really a fantastic material, but the way we're using it right now, it's threatening to be an ecological and economical time bomb. So we need collective and global actions. And a lot of things can actually be done, and it can be done today. Because if you look at the picture of the, let's say, the plastic cycle, which will pop up any second on your screen, then you will see that from the beginning of the value chain to the end of the value chain, lots of actions can be taken. There we are. And but it needs collaborative actions. For something to be recyclable, it must be collected, it must be sorted, it must be upgraded, and it must be applied. If you miss one of these steps, nothing will happen. So we need to work together to make this happen. So there are beautiful examples from cleaning up legacy plastics with, for instance, the Great Bubble Barrier, better collection systems, but it's especially about making quality. A company like QCP, they make 99.8% PP or PE, and that quality is so good that you can make baby strollers out of them. A very sensitive material. Ionica's chemical recycling really makes quality, which can be reused at the highest level. Let's move to another value chain. No, let's not move. Let's see what governments can do. Because at the same time, when businesses are innovating, governments, they can work on regulation, like waste regulation with targets for plastic, extended producer responsibility for packaging, but also bans of free plastic bags, or work on non-legally binding agreements and coalitions, like the European Plastic Pact or national plastic pacts or agreements. The European Plastic Pact has 144 signatories from 90 countries. So let's move to another area, which is the built environment. Did you know that the built environment, it's 50% of all extracted materials in Europe? It's 50% of total energy consumption. If you take a life cycle approach, it's 1/3 of water consumption, 1/3 of waste generation, and 1/3 of the CO2 emissions in the EU. If we don't tackle the built environment, we will not end up anywhere. And here's basically the same thing. If you look from the beginning of the value chain to the end, there are plenty of opportunities. Madaster learns of that to see a building as a temporary material depot. What if you would design for dismantling and reuse? We're not talking about waste, but lifetime extension. Isodom, a Polish company during COP24, showed that from waste they make thermal isolation materials that can be recycled again. We have a 40-meter long, completely bio-based bridge with bio-based fibers in a bio-based resin in the Netherlands. And we can even manage with the smart crusher to recycle the cement fraction, the most energy-intensive fraction. So lots of things are happening today. And actually my lesson to you all is that closing the loop is actually happening today, that front-running businesses, large and small, are embracing it. It happens everywhere, not only in the Netherlands, also in Poland, also in Vietnam, also in Chile. And it's really an opportunity. And first movers have the biggest markets. It's about continuity. But if you look at this another wave, the climate change coming up, we have to scale up fast. Businesses can't do it alone. Countries can't do it alone. We need everybody on board. We need international collaboration. So I invite you all in Poland, work with the Dutch. We love to help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Freek. And maybe could you tell us what's going on and where the circular economy is always also developed, not in Europe, but in other countries? Because I know that you're going and have some kind of partnerships in other continents. Indonesia, I heard, yes. I think Australia, Canada.
Well, if you look at the family of circular economy hotspots is growing a lot, and Australia, for instance, had the pleasant habit of sending all their waste away to China. And all of a sudden, China closed the door and they were confronted actually with their own waste management and they were shocked. And now they have a strategy saying, hey, we don't export anything anymore. We solve our own waste because we are a grown-up country. At the same time, they see the impacts of the forest fires and they take climate change a lot more serious. Our friends from the Australian Circular Economy Hub will have their formal launch next month, and they have a nationwide program on how to proceed. Countries without resources like Taiwan are already very active. The Taiwan Circular Economy Network is also leading in its area. But I could also go to Nigeria, to Lagos, a city which is expected to be the largest town in the world, 100 million people in 2050. They are now building a circular economy platform as well. And same goes for Vietnam. I think in what we have seen in Europe, I think every country has, let's say, already a circular economy hotspot because they need to revitalize their economy.
And because I mean, one of the things, I mean, thank you so much for this presentation. We've also been in several encounters and meetings, Freek. But every time you hit the button or several buttons, so thanks for that. But my question, I mean, there's also a waterbed effect. So that you mentioned that, for example, China refuses to import any waste from the West, which means basically that, for example, Poland gets a lot of extra waste now, and that also encourages illegal dumping, etc. So there's also a case for European, let's say, action on that to make sure that also Poland receives support, advice, but also that this is sort of a burden sharing effort. But my question to you would be: you mentioned that work with the Dutch, etc. But we're also trying to get this to a very practical advice this conference. Where can SMEs, be it Polish or other European countries, where can they knock on the door to get coaching, to get advice, there are several initiatives, I know, but maybe you can mention a few.
Well, let's say part of the roles that we do is basically trying to accelerate the development curves, but also by sharing what already has been done. And it took us 150 years to build a waste regulation in the Netherlands. And I think in Poland, you don't have to wait 150 years. We can tell you what worked, what didn't work, and why, and you can make your own version of it, for instance. So we share already the successes, but also the failures of lots of companies and governments and what's working and what's not. I think I heard the previous discussion on startup versus multinationals. Time is really an issue. So we need all the creative ideas bottom up, and these startups, they learn fast, they fail fast, and they are successful by believing in something. But if you want to reach scale, it would be good that startups work together with multinationals who have an existing network, a reputation, who can help them to scale up. In the past, it was the big one who buys the small ones, and now I think the fast ones will buy the slow ones. So it's not only size, time to market is very important. And circular economy is about opportunities, and you can always say lots of things why they are not happening. The glass is half empty. I think you should have the approach that the glass is half full. Paul Polman, the former CEO of Unilever, said that climate change is the biggest business opportunity in the world. And if you look at the regulation coming from Europe, regulatory drivers in waste management, it's clear it will happen. It will always go too slow. But if you look where we are today, compared to 5 years ago, lots of things have happened, and every crisis will be an accelerator. And believe me, it will be a bumpy ride with lots of crises, and every time more action. And circular is there to stay. And if you don't act, you will lose out. So the first runners will
have my second question, Freek, I mean, could you comment on that? What is, I mean, Polish hotspot definitely is one, of course, to knock on the door. But do you have any other doors that you can knock on as a company to get support for introducing circular business models?
Well, Polish Circular Hotspot, Holland Circular Hotspot, those are definitely advantages. But I would say look also at the companies which have a major challenge. no company can do it alone. So also the big names, the big retail brands, they have made global commitments for the World Economic Forum, and they have to walk the talk also in Poland. So they have to make their value chain more sustainable, more circular. So they need partners who can help them down the value chain. You can look at the government for support, you can look at nationals for support. Every self-respecting city has startups help where you can go. So I don't know the Polish network exactly. I can tell you how it could work in the Netherlands.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. So maybe we have some questions from the public.
Please, our magical voiceover, Hubert. Do you have any questions from the audience for Freek?
The first question is, what is the appropriate approach towards regulations in line with circularity concept? Do we need stricter regulations, or can it handicap innovation?
Did you get that, Freek?
Yeah, what can we expect from regulation? How should we develop it? Well, if you would make a circle and you would plot what's happening on the regulatory field, you will see that from the beginning of the value chain to the end of the value chain, lots of things are happening, and that's needed because we need action on the design phase, on the production phase, the usage phase, and on the, let's say, the waste phase. So you're talking about waste regulation, eco-labels, eco-design, but also continuous, let's say, raising the bar for producer responsibility, awareness, education. So you need to tweak the system from the beginning to the end. And sometimes there's always the feeling it's about more regulation, but it has to be more effective regulation. We are very risk, let's say, oriented with the regulation, resulting in lots of bans, what you cannot do. But if you have a more general outcome related research, for instance, in industrial park, if you have a total emission approach instead of lots of individual rules, you might have a far better approach. So we have to be, in a way, also pragmatic with regulation. And it starts in lots of countries by making an inventory of what's blocking circular innovators. Where do they run into? Is it access to finance? Is it regulation? Is it the end of waste status? Is it the lack of a pull factor in the market by public procurement? And basically then make your pick of what your entrepreneurs need most. And you can do it at city level, and you can do it at nation level, and you can do it at European level.
Yeah, I think that's true also that legislation it's sometimes not follow the change and we have to adjust it to the new circumstances and to new innovations, new technologies because it's like blooming at the moment and sometimes regulation it's a barrier. Yeah,
it's a barrier, but it can even be a perverse factor, so that it actually is countering aims that are, let's say, the circular objectives. So it's complicated because the intentions are obviously good. Can we do another?
Yes. Hubert, do you have another question?
The next question is: do you see differences and similarities between different countries regarding problems which they are facing in circular transition?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
Did you hear it, Frank?
Do I see differences in country with respect to circular economy? Well, let's take the example of China. China has embraced circular economy. They have a slightly different approach to circular economy because they want to keep growing like mad with all the negative side effects like air pollution, water pollution, etc. And it's very much a top-down approach with 5-year plans and top-down inhibited. But you see now that it has to be rebuilt a little bit more with bottom-up aspects. If you look in the Netherlands, I think it definitely started as bottom-up. I think you had a lot of impatient SMEs which wanted to better the world and popped up with lots of ideas. At the same time, you had these forward-looking multinationals which said, hey, this is about our future market. We have to act now because we are planning for our factories which last 30 years. And in 30 years, there will be another carbon, let's say, tax. So better anticipate now. When our government saw that there was so much momentum from smaller and bigger companies, they said, hey, let's turn this into an opportunity and create the most advanced, let's say, governmental ambition in the market at that time. If you go to maybe more, let's say, countries, African countries, where the regulatory system is either shifting or not stable, then you see that the initiatives often come bottom up, private sector development. They're extremely innovative, but out of necessity. But it's a poor man's circular economy because they only look at value, and let's say the labor conditions and the environmental standards are not the way it should be. So lots of potential there in Africa to leapfrog once you get the basics right, but the innovation is there as well.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay, the final question of the day, I think, because from the audience. Hubert, do you have one final question for Freek? And then we'll be rounding up, I think.
Yeah, this is a difficult one, I would say. Can we go back to local production chains instead of the global ones? Could that help to transform our economy towards the circular model?
Ah, interesting one.
Could you repeat the question, please? I couldn't follow it.
Yes, of course. Can we go back to local production chains instead of the global ones? Could that help to transform our economy towards the circular model?
Would it help to nearshore or to get rid of, if that's possible, of globalization to help the circular agenda?
Yeah, local versus global, that's of course a very ongoing discussion. That depends what you determine with local. There are very few countries who can be completely self-sufficient, but there's a lot more that you can do locally. Europe doesn't have many resources, so if in Europe you keep the resources as much in-house as you can and reuse them and reuse them, that's from a strategic point of view very smart. The Netherlands is an agro-food superpower and could almost feed itself, but things like palm oil, they really grow better in the tropics than in the Netherlands, especially today, 10 degrees outside. So you have to also know what are the natural circles. I think COVID-19 will create more, let's say, local and shorter value change to be more resilient towards the shocks in the future. Circular economy is interesting because it creates less dependency. Products as a service will gain as a business model because it's more resilient, because the material stays longer in circulation. So I see more local initiatives popping up, but local doesn't mean that you have to do everything in Poland or in the Netherlands. Maybe Europe is a nice dimension that you could do really lots of things, but then again, for some aspects like critical rare materials, Europe is not, let's say, the place where you can be completely self-sufficient.
Okay, so thank you very much. And as we said, that it's nothing black and white in circular economy. It's a lot shadows of gray in between. So thank you very much, Freek, to be with us today. And I already invite you for tomorrow for Mazovia Circular Congress, which will be our focal point of the Circular Week. So we gather all interesting speakers from all over Europe, from different countries, in one place. So tomorrow also Freek will have his keynote speech, so I really recommend to join us on Friday. And for today, I think it's enough.
It was a long and winding road with some bumps also on the road, but I hope that you found something that you could actually hear and see and take in for your road towards a more circular economy. I wish to thank you very much, Agnieszka Schnick and Innovo for organizing this. I really hope also that the Netherlands and Poland can partner up to do this, to make a profit, but also to work towards a more sustainable world. And with those very high, let's say, pitched words, I would like to finalize and close this day. Thank you for your attention, and we'll see each other next time.
Yeah, you can stay a little bit longer and network a little bit on our section networking. Then you can just have a speed dating. We have speed dating with the other participants, like 3 minutes talks if you wish. So still this opportunity for like half an hour is available. So welcome to use it. And also I want to thank you, Dutch Embassy, for being so supportive and really great, influencer and impactor on the circular economy. And I really appreciate it. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thanks.